Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
No, I am not Peyton Ansley John Milton. I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton Ansley John Milton as written in all capital letters.
Thank you. And as to Mr. Milton, is there a competency concern, or is
I am not represented by anybody besides myself. In my sovereign capacity, appreciate you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have an opportunity to speak to him. I read him the reports.
Who is him?
Don't interrupt.
I read him.
You just sit quietly.
Thank you.
I read him the report so that he will understand the charges against him. He didn't wish to hear anything more about his rights, and he does not wish to be represented.
Love it. I love it. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Good morning to you. Welcome. Good to have you all here. Let's see. Where are we at? I think it was Zimmy. Zimmy, was that you? It was. Zimmy, first in chat today. Congratulations, Zimmy. You, sir, are the winner. The winner. You're first in chat, which means we're going to send it to you to internet ownership. We're going to punish you for doing a good deed. No good deed goes unpunished, and you were finding them out today the hard way. Congratulations. Welcome. Zimmy's got everything under control. So, Zimmy, we're going to add one more thing to your list, including the internet. If you could just take care of the California fires as well, just in your spare time between calls, that would be good, because it's going nuts over there. It's a little bit crazy. Oh, my goodness. As Greener says, for all the first responders in the line of danger out in L.A. out there, If you haven't been following this, we talked about this when it first broke out. The fire started, and we're like, this is really dangerous. It was like 30 acres then. It's exploded. The winds have been nuts, whipping through there. I'm watching over here on my screen. There's a video of power lines arcing against trees, and the person who posts the video says, we've been calling 911 for 45 minutes with no answer. That's just so you know what they're dealing with. For the first time ever, the news last night in California put out a message from the fire department. Hey, Mrs. Ari, you're live on air. That's awesome. I think you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Just right there.
I'm hiding behind you. It's not working. I need around all the days.
Your hair is wet. All right. Welcome. Anyway, for the first time, the fire department put out a call and basically said, if you have fire department training, if you're a retired firefighter, if you have any ability to help, please come help. We're stretched thin. We can't handle it all. So hurricane force winds driving a fire is unbelievable, and it's just whipping through. There's a video of a couple guys with their dog in their house filming just outside on their porch, and there's a firestorm roaring around them, just like flames, and it's like glass windows all around, and they're just like, don't open the door, just stay here. It's nuts. It's nuts. Greeners, thank you for the thoughts and prayers. Congratulations, Greeners, also on 20 months. Betsy Jean, member for 10 months. Thank you for that as well. We have some celebration to do because, birthdays come no matter what happens. Sorry, you're not as stealthy as you think you are. I know you tiptoed, but I really think you're here for one reason.
I want a book.
No, that's not it. It's not for the book. It's because...
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday.
Yes.
It was short. 2 thumbs down for my son.
Oh, don't be so hard.
Yeah. He's half price today only. 2 out of 10. It was loud. The intent was there, but I just could not sustain. I didn't have the endurance on that one. But it is Wednesday. We're halfway through the work week. Congratulations to all. It's horrible. We're going to sing Happy Birthday after that. I saved my voice for the birthday song. That's what I was doing. We're going to sing to Mom 76, Dana, who's 13. Both celebrating their special day. So everyone stand up where you are. Deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Excellent, excellent. Here we go. Happy birthday to Mom 76 and Dana, who's 13. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mom 76 and Dana, who's 13. Happy birthday to you. Isn't it Kurt's birthday today as well? When's Kurt's birthday? Is it Uncivil Law's birthday today or on Monday? Somebody tell me really quick. I think it's today. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Uncivil Law. Welcome, Kurt. Happy birthday to you. There we go. We got Kurt as well. That way he won't be bugging me for a whole year saying, hey, you missed my birthday. You missed my birthday. Kurt, happy birthday. Hope you have a wonderful one. Hope you're still sleeping in, because that's what you do on your birthdays. You get to sleep in. Oh, man. I'm missing a lot of comments here. Is there any other birthdays we need to celebrate? Just checking. I think we got everyone. To everyone who's celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday. Realize there are a million places you can be, a million people you could be with, but you've chosen to be here with us, except for Kurt, who will be here maybe later. Happy birthday. Hopefully we can make your day a little more specialer. Thank you for letting us sing to you and start our day off right.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Yeah, you look good. Thanks, Judge Fleischer. Thanks for weighing in. Tomorrow is Wildfire's birthday. We'll sing to him tomorrow. And I think, let's see, what else is there? Oh, yeah, free pancakes. Denny's, Waffle House, Village Inn, IHOP, Andy's Bar and Grill, Tammy Dunlap's house. Anywhere they make pancakes should be free for the birthday people. Let them know I told them it was okay. Better sing to me if I'm not hearing the birthday. Get on the list. I have a terrible memory. Get on the list and we'll be good. Oh, that's the drum sound. We're about to start the drum solo on the end. Big finish. Everyone grab out your air drumsticks. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. As always, practice makes perfect, and you guys nailed it. There's like boom, 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 bada bing, bada boom. Just so much drums, and it was great. Great work, dancers, as well. Happy birthday. I have to start with this, okay? And I realize we might not stay here for very long, but we have a despicable crime. There are some crimes that are just, all crimes are bad, right?
You look good.
Thank you, Judge Fleischer. You said that earlier. There's some crimes that are bad, and there are some that are just like, oh, who would do that? Who would do that? And I have one of those queued up for you now. Just happened moments ago. And, well, at least the court case just happened moments ago. So let's see if I can bring that in. Where's my audio? I think it's on 3. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's on 3. Yeah. Let's try here.
So last file number 24-22007FH, Mr. Maro, if you'd like to place a factual basis on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. We believe that the state be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt if this matter were to go to trial.
Wow, Denise,
about
congratulations.
September 7th of 2023 in Madison Townships, County of Lenawee, State of Michigan, that Mr. Maurer did commit the offense of carrying a concealed weapon. He had 2 knives concealed on or about his person. Contrary to MCL 750.239, and that he did not have proper permits in order to carry such dangerous weapon. We further believe that on that same date and time in the same location that Mr. Maurer was carrying those knives with unlawful intent, and with the intent to use same unlawfully against a person or of another, and the knives were more than 3 inches in length, contrary to MCL 750.226. And further, on that date and time, in the same place and location, that Mr. Mauer did commit the crime of larceny in a restaurant by stealing the tip jar.
He did
at
what?
The Pizza Hut by entering the building, taking possession of the bar, and I think he insinuated or brandished those knives in order to accomplish the crime of larceny in a building, contrary to 750.360.
He stole the tip jar.
Is the state and court satisfied?
We have a Pizza Hut.
Yeah, it's like a little carry-out thing.
You're talking about Pizza Bucket?
Pizza Hut's down with Wildfire.
No, it was the Pizza Hut. Wasn't it the Pizza Hut, Isaac?
By Starbucks.
That's correct.
It's next to the T-Mobile Starbucks place.
She's more concerned about where the
I didn't
pizza
know
hut
that.
is.
Okay, good to know. All right, are you satisfied, Mr. Sneen?
Guess where we're going for
And
lunch?
thank you.
Judge just headed to Pizza Hut for lunch.
All right, so based upon the facts placed on the record and from the information contained in the police report, the court finds beyond a reasonable doubt that on September 7 of 2023 in Madison Township in the county of Lenawee, that the defendant did carry 2 knives concealed upon his person without a permit to do so, that he did carry those knives with unlawful intent and entered Pizza Hut and stole a tip jar, committing the offense of larceny in a building, and therefore the court finds that the defendant did commit those offenses and of carrying concealed, carrying with unlawful intent, and larceny in a building, and the court accepts the no contest plea. All right. Anything else, Mr. Sneed, on those?
Shame on you, sir.
Your Honor.
Yes, big shame.
Could just state on record that 2 misdemeanors in district court are also going to be dismissed.
All right, very good. All right, so pause away.
He pulled a knife to steal the tip jar from
All right,
Pizza Hut.
so has the court complied with the MCR 6.302 B, C, and D? Mr. Maro?
I believe the court has, Your Honor.
Mr. Sneed?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
I accept the plea. It has been given understandably, voluntarily, and accurately. The defendant has full knowledge of his rights. He does have competent counsel. This court has made no agreement regarding the possibility of a plea or possible sentence in this case with the prosecutor, the defense attorney, the defendant, or anyone acting in the interest of any of them. I am going to refer this matter to the probation department for a pre-sentence investigation. Mr. Mallara, are you available to do a sentencing on February 21 at 8:15 in the morning?
Pretty sure I am, Judge.
Okay, so Mr. Maurer, someone from the probation department is going to come meet with you and they're going to prepare a pre-sentence report. You have pled no contest, so you don't have to make any statements about the events that occurred, but be truthful with them about your background. They'll prepare a pre-sentence report. I will provide that to Mr. Malaro. Mr. Malaro will meet with you in advance of sentencing to review that. And then we'll be back on February 21 at 8:15. Mr. Maurer, do you want to appear via Zoom or do you want to be in person?
Person.
In person? All right, so I'm going to mark the box in person for sentencing. All right, Mr. Maurer, thank you very much. We'll see you back then. Thank you.
All right, Josh has told me.
So I know Mr. Malaro and Ms. Underwood.
Let me pause for just a second. Let me pause for just a second. I will take full credit. I found this one before Josh did. But he found another one in the same court that we have to watch. So we're going to see what we can get. I think it's right here. He says there's another one you have to see that was just 13 minutes ago. So I envision, like in my head, Josh sits in the like mission control center with live feeds from every court in the country up, with AI telling him which ones to focus on as all the things happen. I don't know how he finds everything so fast, but yeah, here we go. Josh, thank you. This one is from Josh.
Mr. Glazier and Mr. Collins.
By the way, I went to the post office last night.
This is in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Darius Dwayne Collins Jr. File number 24-22082FH. I have John Glazier appearing on behalf of Mr. Collins, and I have Isaac Sneed appearing on behalf of the people. So, Mr. Glazier, we had issued a show cause against your client because he has failed to do his twice-a-week drug testing as required. We had placed him on colors back on December 20th, and he has not done so. There was an admission to Mr. Coast on December 17th that he had used cocaine. I did not issue a bench warrant from that day because he always appears for court. So I held the bench warrant. He didn't appear for that day, neither did you. So
neither did you.
I did not issue the bench warrant on that because like I said, he's always
the lawyer didn't
showed up for court. So we have the pretrial as well as that today. So and I do have Mr. Coast here today. So Mr. Glazier, how would you like to proceed today?
Yeah, the charge that's pending, he had been offered a plea to go through drug court. He does not want to take advantage of it. He wants to plead not guilty and have that set for trial.
Ooh. He's going to fight it.
So he wants to plead not guilty to the possession of methamphetamine and have it set for trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
He's also on probation with me. I was notified this morning that he was pulled over and his vehicle was searched on December 24th, and they're submitting charges for drug paraphernalia.
Christmas Eve bust.
I mean, Mr. Collins is not doing what he's supposed to be doing on probation.
Is he testing for you?
No.
And Judge, I have yet to receive a drug screen result from him.
Can we test him today?
We can.
All right. So, Mr. Collins, have a seat in the courtroom, and Mr. Costa come get you. And we're going to do a test today. Okay. Mr. Glazier, if you want to go take care of your cases next door and come back, that's fine.
I don't have this is the only case I have.
So then you can hang out with me. All right. So, Mr. Collins, you're going to be tested today.
Mr. Gordon's still sitting in the room. Mr. Gordon's still sitting in the jail room.
Oh.
Hey, Cope and Whiskey, good to see you.
Yeah, because they have a little.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Mr. Gordon, you're all set. So if you want to ask them, they'll let you out.
So he's going to be tested today, right, which means he's probably got at least an hour before he shows back up. But he hasn't been good here. Let's see if he comes back here quickly. There's no way. It's like a 15-minute test.
I didn't. So, Miss Attorney Marissa Boyles.
Yep. Good morning.
Good morning. Your window says, your name says you're here for Juan Rodero.
Yeah, it might be under Rojas as well. It's Attorney Maxwell Dubin.
Say it again.
I'm here for Attorney Maxwell Dubin on the Juan Rodero. It might also be under Juan Rojas.
Well, I don't have either of them today. Are you sure you're here for Judge Anzalone?
Yeah, we've appeared on this one. I'm wondering if it was removed because it's set for a motion hearing on the 29th.
I don't know. Miss Adams, could you check that? Do you have a file number, ma'am?
Yes.
And we'll have someone check that.
Yep, it's 24-21942-FH.
Miss Adams, are you at your desk?
Yes, Judge, I'm checking. I see a pretrial January 29th at 8:30.
So we sent in a stip in order to have that day set for a motion hearing. So that's what I think we were appearing today for.
No, you just set your motion on the pretrial, I think. I don't have you for today, and you're not in our system for today.
Okay, because we did talk to Mr. Sneed, and we want to submit a stip in order for the motion hearing to be on the 29th.
But you're not on my docket for today, so I don't know. I can't call your case because I don't have a file and it's not set for today. Was it ever set for today, Miss Adams?
I don't see that in the computer, Judge. I don't know. You have the book, so I don't know.
We've never had it down for today, so I guess we'll see you back on the 29th, okay?
Okay, we did mail in a stip-in order, so maybe if you get it in the meantime and we can set it for the motion hearing, but I guess otherwise we'll be back for
Know
pre-trial.
what your motion hearing, if you did a motion hearing, it wasn't for today.
No, I know. We did a stipulation in order with the prosecutor to have the motion hearing set for the 29th.
So what does that have to do with today?
Well, because we put it in the mail, so you should probably be getting that filing is what I'm saying.
But if it was set for the 29th, wouldn't you appear the 29th and not today? I guess I'm lost. I don't understand why you're here today. You were never set.
We have it in our calendars, the pre-trial scheduled for today, so I don't know how or why, but that's what we have.
Okay, so it sounds like it's an error in your calendar, not a big deal. You're all set. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay, let's get.
Man, I'm distracted here by the fires in California. Watching, I haven't seen something like this since the Malibu fires. It's crazy.
So, in the matter of the people of the state
Not
of
Malibu,
Michigan,
since the Maui fires.
Sierra
This was
Madrid,
Malibu.
File number 24-22093FH. I have Rhonda Underwood appearing on behalf of Miss Madrid. And I have Isaac Sneed appearing on behalf of the people. I have a letter dated January 2nd from Darren Coast, my pretrial services coordinator. She is presently in jail on a $1,000 bond on this case. She is also serving 6 months jail on a violation of probation where that case was terminated. Miss Madrid had an option being released early to go to inpatient, but probation officer McCarran states that
Bill Johnson, thanks for stopping by.
This is no longer the case as she has a couple of new retail frauds pending in district court. Miss Madrid has not historically done well out of jail on bond conditions. She has failed the drug test required and doesn't show up the court dates. So, Miss Underwood, how do you wish to proceed today on behalf of Miss Madrid?
Your Honor, we would waive.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I misspoke. This is actually an arraignment. So, Ms. Underwood, you waive the reading of the felony information?
Your Honor, we would waive the reading of the felony information, acknowledge its receipt and the receipt of the witness list, and request for discovery. We would ask.
Mr. Solis in the jail, you need to be quiet. You're interfering with my record right now. Thank you. All right, Ms. Underwood, proceed.
We would ask the court for a relatively quick pretrial date, Your Honor. It's our intention to have Ms. Madrid screened for recovery court in this matter, and we will be, since she's now upstairs, we will be filing that request today. So I would ask for a quick pretrial date for Ms. Madrid.
And you're asking the court to enter a plea of not guilty on her behalf?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Your Honor.
It's arraignment, so a plea of not guilty, right? Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Okay.
I apologize.
So the court.
All right.
Yep, I'm sorry.
Go ahead and enter that
enter
plea really quickly.
Guilty on behalf of Miss Madrid.
And we're going to jump over to
pre-trial on February
Judge Simpson this morning.
At 8:30 in the morning. That'll give you enough time to get the request for recovery court in.
Who has a criminal docket.
As well as giving us time to screen her. All right, Miss Madrid, your bond.
There we go, we're jumping.
Ms. Pay.
The public defender Natalie Pay on behalf of the public defender's office. Likewise, Your Honor, our office does not believe a conflict exists between this honorable court and our office, but if one were to therefore rise, we would therefore waive such conflict.
All right. The court, for its part, also does not believe there's a conflict either in the Michigan court rules or the cases decided thereunder. To the extent a conflict does exist, given the waivers, the court will consent to hear the matters. The court does call the case of the People versus Stephen Bernal.
Ashley Lobby for the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Edward Drugas on behalf of
the
Stephen
CNN
Bernal.
defamation trial has too much politics in it. We're a Pickles station.
He's in NBC.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Sir, can you state your name, please, sir?
Stephen Bernal.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the super chat. Who's going to approach?
Briefly.
Okay. Who's going to approach right now? Nicole Wise, Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you very much. Congratulations on 13 months as well. I'm keeping an eye on this, on the fire out in California, wondering, I'm not sure if we want to start covering some of that. Here's the thing. I think it's different out there than it is here because there is a lot of money. There's a lot of news networks. There's a lot of assets out in the area that are providing information for people. It's not the same as the Cavalcante manhunt where the news was say nothing and we could provide a service. I don't want to just jump in and be like, hey, look at that fire. That's not what I'm all about. I just don't see that I can benefit anyone there. I think the word is out. Everyone in the whole, valley over there can see it. And all we can do right now is pray and send thoughts and prayers for the people who are fighting the fire and the people who are in the path of it. Shore Creations member for 4 months. Time flies when you're with friends and love the people you are with. Thank you, Shore Creations. Congratulations on 4 months. Tammy in KS, Kansas, member for 14 months. Happy hump day. I can't yell again. We do have the Tennessee case that was doing jury selection. I have to see how that's going because we're waiting for that one to start.
Brief meeting. We are ready to proceed to a no contest plea, but added count 2. Count 1 would be dismissed at sentencing. And Mr. Bernal, this would have to be set out for a sentencing date, which will be given by the court. And
all right.
And Your Honor, that is the correct recitation of the offer. It is to plead to an added count 2 of assault and battery, 93 of misdemeanor, $500 fine, contrary to MCL 750.81. Upon a plea to that added count 2, count 1, aggravated assault, the 1-year misdemeanor with a $1,000 fine will be dismissed. There are no other agreements.
All right, very good. Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name again for the record, please.
Stephen Bernal.
All right, you can put your hand down. Sir, it is this court's understanding if you're going to plead no contest to the charge of assault and/or assault and battery. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court cost. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, sir.
All right. 2 things about it I have to make sure you understand. The first thing is that it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
The second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. Understand that?
Yes, sir.
Basis for the no contest plea.
Civil liability.
All right. And sir, to that charge, how do you plead?
No contest.
All right. Now you understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
You signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Any question regarding any of those rights?
No, sir.
You understand you're giving up all those rights, including the trial rights contained in paragraph 5 of that form?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
All right. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to this charge?
No, sir.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
All right. Court has been provided and has reviewed Washington County Sheriff's Office report for their case number 22-37577. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of the offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court?
People are satisfied.
Defense is satisfied.
Is that
court will accept the defendant's
is that
plea
style called a neck beard or is that a chin beard?
of no contest to this charge. Count that being count 2. Count 1 is dismissed.
If a little further down,
Pre-sentence investigation and report. Defendants referred to probation for pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be March 12th, 2025, 9 a.m. My understanding, sir, is that you're going to be released at the end of February. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if just try to keep this in mind. If our probation department doesn't contact you prior to your release.
It looks like he's looking over at him. This is funny.
upon being released, get over to our probation department so we can try to proceed with sentencing on that date. All right?
The other thing is he does have $1,000 cash bond right now.
On this case?
Yes, so if he does get out, I don't know if he has the funds to post.
So he might be transported.
He might be
back.
transferred, potentially. I mean, he's not getting credit right now.
Right, but he might be transported back to county.
On this matter.
On this matter. Okay, so then.
So I don't know if there would be any objection to a PR bond.
There wouldn't be from the people because he was on parole at the time of this offense. He's not entitled to any credit. So if he has a bond that's holding him on this case, he won't get credit against the case. So
I'll give him a PR $5,000 bond.
Thank you.
That way when you get out, you're not going to be transported back here.
All right, thank you.
Oh, sir, why don't we do this so we can get the process started? Thank you, Ann. I do have probation intake here, so we're going to put you into a breakout room with them so that we can get at least part of the process started, all right?
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Court does call the case, People versus Derek Jones.
That's the line for people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Jones, who appears via Zoom for the MDOC. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
Derek Jones.
What are we doing today?
Thank you, Your Honor. There is a resolution in this matter to which Mr. Jones will be pleading no contest to the charge of retail fraud in the third degree.
That is correct, sir. That offer is to add an count of retail fraud in the third degree, 93-day misdemeanor, $500 fine or treble amount, 750-3560. Is the PAT code.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State your name for the record, please.
Derek Jones.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead no contest to the charge of retail fraud in the third degree. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $500, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
It's one of those.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's one of those cameras.
Two things about a no contest plea. First thing is it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this case. You understand that?
It looks.
Yes, Your Honor.
Second thing is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty.
It's like
you
an owl.
That?
I think they call it an owl camera.
Yes, Your Honor.
You like can see the whole room and then it will zoom in on the speaker.
Liability, Your Honor.
Sir, to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty. Not
zooming over and over.
Yeah.
How do you, let's try it again. I know you'll get it right. How do you plead, sir? You plead guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
There you go.
There you go. All right. You understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you on probation or parole? No.
I'm on probation.
You're on probation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Were you on probation at the time? Well, in December of 2023?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Then I do have to advise you.
So it doesn't want to say anything about his camera.
This could be considered a violation of that probation. If it is considered a violation of that probation, that court could sentence you to the maximum allowable under that other charge. You understand that?
Trying to fix it.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll just put my thumb.
All right. And understanding that, do you still wish to plead no contest?
I'll just put my thumb over it.
All right.
That'll be good.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you in any way?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court has been provided and has reviewed Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case number 23-19755. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
None from the people.
No, Your Honor.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
People are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Defendant is referred to probation for pre-sentence investigation and report. And is there any issue regarding restitution? Do we know?
To my knowledge,
Sit up
there's
here in
not,
the
Your Honor,
corner.
but I'll have.
Okay, that's fine. I'll have
Focus on the
probation.
camera.
Sentencing in this matter will be
January 29th at 1 p.m.
January 29th, 2025. Said 9 or 1? 1 p.m. We can get you here. All right, sir, why don't you hang on the line? We're going to put you in with probation intake. At least get the process started. Okay, sir?
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
This is
Thank
an
you, Your Honor.
automated
Thank you, Mr.
camera.
Jones.
Thank you.
Court does call the case. People versus Jamie Pike.
After 11 people.
All right, good morning. Joe Simon on behalf of Ms. Pike. State your name, Jamie.
Jamie Pike, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we have reached a resolution in this case. I don't recall if it's guilty or no contest. To an added count of operating while visibly impaired for expense, 93 misdemeanor, $300 fine, various license sanctions contrary to 2576253A. In exchange for a plea to that count, the current charge count 1 will be dismissed.
So it's 2 impaired.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
And she'll be pleading guilty, Your Honor. And I had her do a fresh advice of rights this form.
Yes, I do see that. You're going to swear him in, or you want me to swear him in? May I have her sworn?
Yes, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Lower your hand and state your name for the record.
Jamie Pike.
All right. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of operating while visibly impaired.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to a $300 fine plus court costs. The court could order any rehabilitative services or community service the court deems necessary. Could also order your vehicle immobilized. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court could also order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, understanding all of that, you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
To that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question regarding any of those rights?
No, Your Honor.
Please look at paragraph 5. You'll see a copy on the podium. Those are your rights, which are part of a trial. You understand by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plea?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, Your Honor.
Doing this voluntarily
Yes, Your Honor.
and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
September 24th, 2023, at the location of US 23 near Michigan Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, were you operating a motor vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prior to operating that motor vehicle, did you consume intoxicating liquor?
Yes, Your Honor.
What'd you have and how much?
The previous day, September 23rd, beginning at 3 p.m., 2 margaritas, 12 hard seltzers, and moonshine.
This was all the way
through the next day.
to 5 a.m.
Did she say 12?
Okay, I was just,
I'm sorry.
they
didn't mean to confuse you.
no, I wasn't confused. I got stuck on the moonshine.
Oh.
You don't
She didn't
usually
get the
get that at the
beers,
end.
Oh.
2 beers memo.
I
But
didn't
whatever.
mean to confuse
All
by the
right.
previous day.
And then ending it with moonshine.
Yeah.
Okay, all
Bad
right.
decisions.
It happens. All right. Were you stopped by the police or was there an accident?
There was an accident, Your Honor.
That's what moonshine to do.
Really?
Or what happened?
What happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I fell asleep at the wheel.
Okay. And crashed the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did police arrive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you ultimately arrested?
No, Your Honor. I was taken to the hospital.
Okay. And did they do a blood draw?
Yes, Your Honor.
And were the results of that blood draw a 204?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You have no reason to dispute those blood test results, do you?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Taking everything into consideration on that date at that time, do you believe that your ability to operate that motor vehicle was visibly impaired due to your consumption of alcohol?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Defendant is referred to Von Swartz for an alcohol screening.
Oh, Your Honor, she did her, I'm sorry. She's already done that, but I can provide that to probation.
Okay, I'll still refer there, and probation can waive that if they deem it necessary. For an alcohol screening and assessment, sentencing in this matter, and also the victim's impact panel, I should say. Sentencing in this matter will be
February 3rd at 9 a.m.
February 3rd, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond with its conditions will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Wait for me outside.
Court does call the case. Other people versus Timothy, is it Romelhart?
Rommelhart, Your Honor.
Rommel.
Action line for people.
And Your Honor, Joe Simon on behalf only of Mr. Rommelhart, because I don't expect that he'll be needed to be here.
That's correct, Your Honor. People are going to nullly this case at this time.
All right.
No
Case is-
objection.
Case is dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's call the case people versus Georgia. I'll start with Al-Wasi.
Hi, Bernal, on behalf of Miss Al-Wasi. Rogaya, please unmute yourself and state your name for the court.
Do you have her? Or there? Oh. Oh, there she is. State your name, please, ma'am.
Rogaya Alosi.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. I was just fairly recently appointed on this case. I am still waiting on video, as well as the any potential 911 calls. And so this time we are just asking for a brief adjournment.
Adjourn this matter to
January 22nd at 9 a.m.
January 22nd, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Bond will continue.
It's like 2025.
Thank you, Evan.
Mrs. R.A. cuts my hair.
Court calls the case, people versus Timothy Norris.
She did a great job.
Action line for people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Eastope appearing on behalf and with Timothy Norris, who is present.
And no matter where I go,
Zoom also, Your
I want
Honor.
to be underneath my picture.
And Mr. Norris, can you state your name, please, sir?
Timothy Norris, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing today?
Yeah, we are set today for arraignment and pretrial. The court wants to do the arraignment first. I
Yeah.
will say the ultimate direction is I'm in talks with Mr. Eastope. I hope to resolve this. I think that an adjournment is where this hearing is going today, with the hope of being able to resolve the case before our next hearing.
All right, very good. So, Mr. Eastope, as to the arraignment, you waive formal reading. Your client stands mute at this time.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. Will the 22nd work for you, Mr. Eastope?
Yeah, Mr. Norris, is the 22nd work for you?
Yeah, I didn't care about it. I didn't care about him. I was asking about you. No, I'm kidding. All right. It works. All right.
Appreciate that. Most people don't, so I like that.
I know. I knew that would warm your heart in 2025. All right, I'll adjourn the matter January 22nd, 2025 at 9 a.m. I will indicate that defendant's bond in this matter will be set at a $5,000 personal recognizance bond on order standard conditions, including no assault behavior, possession of any weapons, no alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. All right.
Your Honor, may I request that my client lives in Northern Michigan. May he appear via Zoom on the 22nd also?
If you can submit the form, then yeah, I'm not going to have an issue.
Okay.
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Lives in Northern Michigan, won't drive. See, feels like. Court calls the case. People versus, is it Uriel Alcantara?
Action line for the people.
Good morning, Judge Larry Margolis on behalf of Mr. Alcantara, who is present to my right. Please state your name.
Uriel Plata Alcantara.
All right. As to the arraignment, you waive formal reading. Your client stands mute.
We do, Judge.
Defendant every way formal reading standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. All right. What are we doing on this today?
I was hoping to hear from Miss Londi. I believe she was going to speak to the officer. I would defer to the people. I would like to hear from the people.
You want to adjourn this out so you can do?
Yeah, I let Mr. Margolis know yesterday afternoon I needed to talk to the trooper to see if we could accommodate Mr. Margolis' request.
During this matter, January 22nd, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
I'll set the defendant's bond at $5,000 personal recognizance bond, standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior, possession of any weapons, no alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls the case, People versus Scott Cornelius.
Councilor Lonnie for the people.
Where's Scott?
Yeah, I see. Somebody's bringing him the Zoom. So
it's the camera. It's the beard. It's the beard guy. There it is. Scott Cornelius is up.
Go ahead, counsel. Can you state your appearance?
Arthur Brand appearing on behalf of Scott Cornelius. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Or sir. Good morning, Your Honor. I'm saying good morning to myself because nobody did this, including my staff. Thank you. Thank you, Trav. All right. All right. What are we doing on this case today?
Well, we've received all the discovery.
All right.
I have not received the plea offer in this case, so I guess we would have to set a trial date unless we get a plea
Well, you can
offer.
set a trial date, or you can try to communicate with Ms. Lundy and see if you guys want to work it out, or otherwise I'll set it for trial. I'll
That's fine,
do what
Judge.
you guys want me to do, but I'll give you time to talk to each other.
That's fine.
Okay, then I'll adjourn this January 22nd, 2025, 9 a.m.
Not available at that time, that date.
All right. February 5th.
February 5th is fine, Judge.
February 5th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue, and get in touch with Miss Lundy and see if you guys can work this out.
Your Honor, I put my email address in the chat. That's the best
Typically
way to
when
get a
they-
hold of me. So, Mr. Bragg can feel free to use that.
I couldn't hear her, Judge. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. She put her email address in the chat. And so that's the best way to get in touch with her.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I'm going to
All
cut
right,
away for
thank
just
you.
a second. The question Amanda had was, what's the difference between standing mute and pleading no contest? Typically, when you hear standing mute, it's when they're being brought before the judge originally, and they say we'll waive formal reading, which means we don't want you to read the charges out loud. We know what they are. We know what we're being charged with. We're going to waive that. You don't have to tell everybody what the charges are. We're going to stand mute. We're not going to enter a plea. We're just going to be silent. And the judge will say, okay, then I'll enter a not guilty on your behalf. And later they'll probably enter a formal plea. But when they enter the formal plea, that's when they'll plead no contest, not guilty or guilty. So it's just different stages. Typically, standing mute. Hang on. One second.
Structured offense. With that being said, consider locations where you could stop the forward progress on these structures. Pick a structure we could try to stop it at and hold it from taking out the whole block.
They just send in a message. I've been sort of monitoring the fire traffic from the fire department down in Los Angeles. I think this is in the Malibu. This is fire V3 is the area, Los Angeles County V3. I believe it's in the Malibu area, but they just sent out say they're reiterated that right now where they're at is not their focus is on structure protection. They're trying to save houses, and they're basically saying try to find one where you think that you can win the fight, and we'll start fighting there and try to stop it there.
Branch 7 from Task Force 33.
BZ, I put them in the mail yesterday. I forgot yours were in a different stack. I just barely got them out.
Hey, Task Force 33, go ahead.
Be advised, just finished evacuating 250 patients from a convalescence center, and we're looking to get back in the fight. We're headed down Lake right now. We're going to head across Washington. Do you have some areas that you want us to scope out?
That's crazy. I'm looking.
Yeah, firm. Check Woodbury and El Sereno for me. Woodbury, El Sereno, and then anything up Fair Oaks.
So they're giving street names here. I'll have to, if you know the area, let me know if this is
Break
the
division, Scottsdale, Zoo, anything up Fair Oaks.
Palisades area or not. I'm just watching Flight Radar. There's no air traffic on this. We're not seeing air tankers really in the area very much. We've got, obviously down here, you've got LAX, I believe.
Hey, Zulu, branch 7.
Lots of airplanes on the ground there, but really nothing up here in this area, the Malibu Palisades area. How can you get a mouse pad like mine? I think you can buy it.
Branch
That's what I
7,
did.
IC. Come in. IC, go ahead.
Can we confirm with Task Force 33 that they evacuated that 4-story convalescent? We have a FOAC with 20-plus ambulances inbound still.
Oh, my goodness. V3 is eaten.
Hey, Task Force 33, branch 7, on command. Task Force 33, branch 7, on command.
I wonder if they've got the air units at another location. I'm checking CAL FIRE's updates from this morning.
Go for Task Force 33.
Hey, Task Force 33, confirming all 250 residents there were moved down to
branch 7. Go for Task Force 33.
They stepped on each other. They can't hear each other.
Task Force 33 confirming that. Make that left back there. Move down to the convention center. There's no more need for transportation.
That's a firm. We got 100% of the people out.
Okay, I copy that. IC from Ranch 7, copy.
Good copy, and confirm that was 2212 El Molino. We're talking about the same building, correct?
The winds have died down overnight, but I think they're picking back up today. I'm not seeing a report right now.
El Molino.
Right?
Units are covering Task Force 33. Can you repeat?
Task Force 33 confirming 2210 El Molino.
The address was 2212 El Molino. It was the convalescent center. There was multiple buildings. I don't know if one of them came up 2210.
So
it was called the Monte Cedro building.
An hour ago, the Eaton Fire,
250 people.
which is the region these police officers, these fire departments were in,
Yep, hey, firm,
had grown to 2,227 acres, 0% containment, 700 firefighters fighting it.
Hey, Division Mike, branch 7, on command.
The pretrial hearing from yesterday is over. There's going to be another one. Probably a brief appearance at the end of the month, and then about a week later, early in February, there's going to be another hearing, much like this one, with the ARCA guys, with different experts.
Branch 7 from operations.
High winds.
Hey, operations, go ahead.
It's terrible. It's terrifying, and it's so hot and
Hey, Pat,
so windy.
I got 1133 Alpha. Can you put them to work?
Sounds like other fire departments are showing up from surrounding
Hey,
areas.
1133 Alpha.
That's affirmative. Where would you like them to go?
Hey, Division Zulu, Ranch 7 on command.
Their radios are a mess right now. The Scout Fire jumped containment this morning. They requested 5 additional fire trucks for that one. They did slow down the forward progress of the Olive Fire. That's a small 3-acre fire. That's a spot fire.
Branch 7 from operations. Can you use 1133 Alpha?
Hey, operations, you're going to have to stand by for a sec.
All units, we got good work on this block. Need one to follow me up here. First in engine right behind Task Force 33. Identify. I'll have you come up with us.
Let me show you the evacuation areas right now.
Hey, operations from Branch 7 on command.
For those who are not from the United States, this is the area we're looking at. We're in the bottom part of
Branch
California
7, go ahead.
by Los Angeles. Zooming in here down to the city. We're down by the coast.
Hey, 1133 Alpha is going to go to Division Zulu. Division Zulu is going to be on V-Fire 24.
This is
They're going to
Palisades.
make contact with Division Zulu at Fire Station 12.
With the
Lincoln and
evacuation
Harriet.
zone. These are the evacuation areas from the Palisades fire right there.
Copy that. Division Zulu V-Fire 24 for Station 12.
There's the Hearst
Break,
fire.
1133 Alpha. Did you copy that?
And this one over here is going to be the Eaton fire, which we're listening to right now. And so this area up here, these large areas, these are the mountains. There's not a lot of homes and structures up in that area. Obviously, the foothills is where the most of this damage is.
From 1133 Alpha, I did copy that. Meet up at Fire Station 12, V-Fire 24 to Division Zulu. Copy.
Ops, I see, come in.
I see, go ahead.
We're getting reports of a structure fire with persons trapped. 338 West Ventura. 338 West Ventura.
Copy.
Ventura Boulevard. 338 West Ventura. Don't think it's Ventura Boulevard. Let's see, because that would put it at basically Starbucks downtown, and it's not there. It's got to be a different Ventura. There's probably a lot of Venturas streets in the towns around there. That puts it.
Branch 7.
Probably near
I have
Pasadena.
another call for service in your branch.
It's probably going to be near Pasadena, and not.
Branch 7, Eden, IC when able. IC, go ahead for operation, or IC, go ahead for Branch 7. They have a request to release San Marino Engine 91. They're working in Division Zulu, Task Force 60, part of Task Force 61. Want to release San Marino Engine 91. That's the only engine for their city we want to get back. Okay, San Marino 91 off of Task Force 61, correct? That is affirmative off of Task Force 61, working in Division Zulu. I copy. They give me a release to quarters. Hey, break Division Zulu. Division Zulu from Branch 7. Command.
Eaton Fire's right up here. The address that came in with the let's see, 338 Ventura Street. I think that's going to be. Can't read these small words from across the screen. That's going to be part of the Eaton Fire here, which is up in the hillsides. It's going to be this area.
Branch 7 from operations.
With the structure fire with people trapped.
Operation 7, go ahead.
Radio communication is awful on this. I'm wondering if it's the fire is causing more problems with that.
338 West Ventura. Requesting evacuations, need help.
338 West Ventura.
I copy. 338 Ventura. Hey, can you look it up for me?
Yes, I did already. It's going to be a cross of Lincoln and Olive in Division Zulu.
I copy in Division Zulu.
Should be straight south of Loma Alta Park, which is right here.
Safety 16.
There's Ventura Street right here.
Ventura, I'll advise.
So this street right in here in the very center of the screen is Ventura Street. I'm not sure exactly where on that street that is, but look how far away from the mountains that is. Look at many streets. It's probably a mile from the foothills at least. Absolutely crazy. Can you draw on that map? Not on this one. I need a telestrator.
Range 7, 9355 Golf.
Greeners, thank you for this this public service announcement. Oh man.
Operations Investigator 3.
Go for op. Your traffic was broken. Repeat.
Let me show you just really quickly what the video I was talking about this morning. How would you like to see that out your living room window? And look at the winds that are blowing that too. It's just unbelievable.
Ranch 7, 9355 Golf.
Just houses. This is one of the wealthiest parts of the country. In the entire country, it's one of the wealthiest parts of our country. These homes, the land is the most expensive. The homes are some of the most expensive in the United States, and the fire does not care. It just rips through there, and just unbelievable. Lots going on there. Bring that back over here. All right. So planes are grounded possibly because of the high winds is what I'm hearing. We're only seeing a little bit of traffic into LAX. Look at this area they're avoiding right here. This is smoke, heavy smoke around this area. So some of the Twitter feeds we're seeing with people that are taking off out of the airport that are getting out, they're filming to the right out the window, and they're looking at this desolation from the fire. Update that video with the dog and the people inside the house. They were evacuated safely. The dog and the two individuals in the house were evacuated safely. I did hear some news channels basically saying that California has basically become fire season year round. They've just had fires nonstop. It's that, I mean, some of the problem is you plant stuff to prevent erosion, and then you get a drought condition, everything turns dry, and you've got tinder. No, Pickles, not politics. Mathis, we can't go on that one, unfortunately. Let me take a peek, Josh, at what you sent over. Oh, the guy who went out for the drug test came back. Let's see. We'll jump up to that really quickly.
Hey, 9355 Golf, you guys are going to be part of Division. Division Juliet. Hang on a second.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on that, on what's happening in California. We're going to jump back up to court to catch an update on our friend who just went out for a drug test.
Here. Okay, Miss Underwood, I have Miss Quinones back. So I'm going to pause you for 1 second so I can take care of something else. All right, so we are on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Darius Dwayne Collins Jr. File number 24-22082FH. So we have two things here today. We have a pretrial conference and we also have a show cause. So the show cause that was scheduled for January 6th of okay. So the show cause alleges that Mr. Collins has failed to test 2 times a week as required. He was placed on colors on December 20th of 24, and as of today, he has yet to submit to a test as required under those bond conditions, and that he admitted to using cocaine on December 17th of 24 to Mr. Coast.
Judge, we actually just did a urine screening 2 minutes ago. He was positive for THC, meth, and cocaine.
All right. So he did submit to that. We've also done a swab and that will be sent in. And then he admitted to cocaine use previously with Mr. Coase, and he admitted to cocaine and methamphetamine. What did he test positive for?
He tested positive for methamphetamine, meth,
okay,
cocaine, and also THC.
So he acknowledged using those substances today. So we have that, and then we are set for pretrial today. So my concern is he's under the influence of something at this point for purposes of this pretrial conference.
Like he's high right now.
So Mr. Glazier, I don't know that I can proceed today because I don't know what his levels are, his uses. So at this point, am going to remand him to custody of the sheriff's department, and I will set this for pretrial next week. Mr. Glazier, are you here next week?
Sure, I am. What date?
Next week will be January 15. And I'll enter a plea of not guilty because I don't know, as I said, his ability to proceed today. So I enter a plea of not guilty on the show cause We'll continue the pretrial to January 15 at 8:30 in the morning. And we'll do the notice of hearing, Mr. Glazier.
Thank you.
All right. You're remanded to custody. Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, did you state a bond on that?
25,000 cash.
Okay, thank you.
All right, she'll come back. Your Honor, just for the record, I'm going to indicate that Mr. Towns has given me a Visa card, a Visa debit card, and a phone. Is that right? He wants me to give those to his mother. I don't see her here, but I'll take it.
Okay. Okay, we will make sure. Okay, thank you for placing that on the record, Mr. All right, Glazier. All right.
Maybe he can charge his bond.
Miss Quinones. So, Miss Underwood, have you had ample time to speak with your client? Miss Underwood, you've had time to speak with Miss Quinones?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
Miss, is she eligible for court-appointed counsel?
She is.
All right, Miss Quinones, you were appointing Miss Underwood as your attorney. Have you had ample time to speak with her?
Yes.
All right, Miss Underwood, how would you like to proceed today?
Your Honor, I would like the court to enter a not guilty plea on Ms. Quinones' behalf. Your Honor, I believe this is a matter that is currently scheduled for March in district court. I would ask.
Amanda, I just saw those pictures.
Your Honor, Ms. Quinones turned herself in. She reports to Ms. Walsh. I don't see that she's going to be a difficult person to get back here in court. I would ask for a PR bond in this matter, Your Honor, pending what goes on in district court.
Next day for hearing reads the end of this month.
Ms. Teskey, is Ms. Walsh available to weigh in today?
Your Honor, she's in the other court. I did get an email from Ms. Walsh about Ms. Quinones, so I'm not really sure what the issue is, but I am prepared to address.
I'm not sure what it is, but I'm prepared.
She has charges for pending misdemeanors in district court that she failed to report. I don't know her history on probation. I don't know if she was doing well on probation before that. You know, I don't have enough information to make a bond. So if you can review that, I would appreciate it. Maybe you can review notes from Ms. Walsh.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Walsh currently has a pending show cause for absconding from September. She absconded from September until 12/6. Then she got arrested. She got a PR bond. She is currently living at the homeless shelter. Then she was then again arrested on 12/27 for disorderly. And one of the things says assault and battery, so I am pretty sure it's the same charge. But she was, the conditions surrounding that charge, the disorderly / assault and battery, indicate that she was with another known felon. They were dispatched to the residence, got into an argument. There were punches thrown, so there was a physical assault. And that is why this violation comes about.
So Miss Underwood, in light of the absconding that occurred at this time, I am not going to release her on a PR bond. Let me see what I did here.
Yeah, you can't
at this
abscond
point,
and get bond.
Her bond is, I will set bond on each of these files at $2,500 cash assurity, but I'm not going to release her.
Melissa Preslicki.
Then
good morning. Thank you. Congratulations on 5 months. We have another case we're going to jump to in just a second.
I can set this for a pretrial out a couple weeks.
Interesting moment.
On what date, Your Honor?
A couple weeks, or how long would you like me to set this out?
I'm sorry.
How far out do you want a pretrial?
Not far, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm going to do, Ms. Quinones, is set this out for pretrial on January 29th. And and we'll see you back on January 29th at 8:30. All right, Ms. Quinones?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And I'll enter plea of not guilty again. Thank you, Ms. Underwood.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna jump now to Judge Perkins.
So,
from this morning. He's got a little
Anybody
case.
else that is here?
We'll be checking in on the fires here in just a minute.
I'm here for a review, Judge.
Who's here for Larch?
Mr. Larch.
I'm sorry, Larch. Larch. Did somebody send me something on Larch? Joseph Larch there. Please see the following update, Mr. Larch, drug screen since his last.
He's in our summary, John.
You say what now?
He's in a summary.
He hasn't done anything.
No. Yeah, I have. Your Honor, I came up in person.
Hold on, please. Larch. City of Detroit versus Robert Joseph
Larch.
City of Detroit versus Robert Joseph Larch, case number U5654092. State your name for the record, please.
Robert Joseph Larch, Your Honor. I apologize, sir.
There have been several attempts made by phone to contact him. Voicemail messages were left messages for him to contact us. That's from the city. That's from the Southwest Detroit Community Justice Center. And wait a minute. And I have a note here from Probation Officer Bradfield. Please see the following update for Robert J. Larch drug screen since last court date of January 8th. No written proof of completing 40 hours of community service. He was referred to American Legion on 9/11/2024 by Ms. Green, court specialist for community service. Did you do the 40 hours at the American Legion?
Yes, Your Honor. I remember I showed up in person because I had broken my phone and was currently trying to get a new one. And I had come in person and showed them to you in person. And you were very frustrated with me for not going to the Southwest Detroit Community Center, and I had apologized for that. And I've been drug testing like you wanted, and it was hard to even make Christmas having to pay all these tickets and everything too. Like I'm just trying to get my life together, and it just seems like it's taking longer and longer.
Well, with Mr. Larch, you have what somebody told me about a situation that I was in at one time. They say that's what you left in your wake. So, when you get into these situations and get yourself in this situation for whatever reason, it's sometimes not that easy just to get out of it.
Exactly.
And you have to do some work. And if you can become responsible enough and have a strong will enough, then it will get done, but it doesn't always go on your timetable.
Right.
But it should be a lesson in that, hey, I'm not going to go down that road again because this took me all this time to get out of this stuff. What do we say about this marijuana?
Well, I had talked to you and let you know that I do smoke weed for ADHD instead of taking prescribed Adderall because I don't like pills at all. I did have a really screwed up life. I screwed up a lot of crap, and since then I've just been trying to get on the right track. But you said you were only worried about hard drugs.
All right, and what do we have? Okay, so I'm assuming that in this in this, they've screened you. They're just positive for marijuana. So I don't see any hard drugs. So I'm congratulating on that.
There is one screen, Your Honor. I brought in the hospital paperwork to Mr. Bradfield. It should show up. They gave me Dilaudid at the hospital. They screwed up a CAT scan and ended up swelling my arm to three times the size of what it was. And they ended up having to give me Dilaudid because they damn near knocked me unconscious with pain.
Wow.
But Mr. Bradfield has all the proof for that and everything.
Well, like sometimes you talk too much. Sometimes you talk too much because I didn't know anything about it. I'm going off of what Mr. Bradfield gave me an update I got this morning for you. And obviously it said nothing about it. You know, I can appreciate your candor, but you know, sometimes you talk too much. But
I apologize, sir.
At the end of the day, I do have the paperwork that you did the community service at the American Legion. I do have negative drug screens. Let's see what we said we were going to do if you came back. Right. So take this for whatever it's worth. The fact that you have not used any hard drugs, you should be celebrating in that victory, which is a huge victory. Because I don't have to tell you, I've never used any hard drugs, but I don't have to tell you, I've seen the effects of it, and I don't have to tell you what it costs.
Right. It costs you everything, Your Honor.
I'm sure it does. I've seen it cost a whole lot of people. So what we're going to do,
they're about to lose a fire station in Los Angeles because of a fire. The fire station's about to
satisfy the requirements.
Fire Station 11 has no water.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. If there's nothing further, Happy New Year to you and best of luck to you. I hope you can maintain your sobriety, sir.
Thank you. Happy New Year, Your Honor.
Happy New Year. All right. Are we ready on anyone?
Ms. Kiana's Vasquez, you're on ready.
Let's go back on the record with Ms. Kiana's Vasquez. Ms. Vasquez, I've given you an opportunity to speak to counsel. Counsel, what's your client want to do?
Okay, we're gonna cut away from this one. They're literally the fire department is begging operations to send water trucks.
4200 Charlie, I'll come in.
Because their fire station is surrounded. They're about to lose the fire station itself. This is in the Eaton
Unit
fire.
calling operations, go ahead.
Let me bring that up here just 1 second.
Yeah, strike team 4200 Charlie. We're just arriving at New York Drive in Altadena, looking for staging, but unable to get a hold of them. Your wishes.
Close this one down.
Copy that. I'm going to have you report to branch 7.
Okay, let me show you this map here. This is the Eaton
Go
fire
direct with branch 7
right over
on
here.
B3,
Are you seeing
and they'll
this?
get you an assignment in
I'm not showing you yet. There you go.
Copy. Go direct with branch 7 on V3.
This
And
is
it's 4200 Charlie.
This is where we are again. I'm going to zoom out and zoom back in.
Hey, 4200 Charlie, branch 7.
The foothills east of Los Angeles.
Zulu.
The Eaton fire is right here at the foothills. The fire station 11 is right there. They have no water. They're saying there's no water. They turn on the fire hydrant and nothing
Lincoln
comes out.
In Harriet.
There's no
Lincoln
water
and
pressure.
Harriet. It's on the west side of the fire.
And so they're about to lose this fire station. There's a lot of houses between the mountains and that fire station, which is absolutely crazy.
And Zulu will be working off of V-Fire 24. V-Fire 24.
And there's looting going on. Oh my goodness!
Operations Division Golf on command.
Division Golf, go ahead, operation.
Hey, I know you guys are busy, but I'm looking at driving my division here. I have a couple requests. I'd like to get a couple Type 1s to work this edge of the fire up on Santa Anita Canyon. If we cannot get the aircraft, I'm going to need structure protection, Type 3s or Alphas or 6s or whatever you got to come and search down below at Canyon Road and Carolwind Drive.
He's requesting different types of vehicles. Some of the types of vehicles vary based on what terrain they're able to cover,
from Branch 7,
as well as how much water they're able to carry on board.
Yeah, affirmative. Your location.
To be self-sustaining, at least for a period of time.
LA County Fire Station 12, Lincoln and Harriet. I copy, Station 12. Operations Division Golf, you copy my last?
Division Golf, copy that. You're looking for some Alphas or Charlies to do some structure defense.
Yeah, and the main look we're looking for is some Type 1 copter work on this fire's edge to keep it hung up onto Santa Anita Canyon before it gets down to those structures.
Copy that.
On command.
Charlie units from 48 Charlie. Once we arrive into the ICP, priority for you all is going to be logistics, ice, water, lunches if they have them, and getting radios cloned. We'll go get checked in and get us a briefing.
The radios cloned means they're reprogramming people's radios to work on the local frequencies, because they're fire agencies from outside the area. So everyone talks on different frequencies so they don't overlap each other.
Branch 7 from Zulu on command.
The problem with ocean water is it's in the ocean. There's no system set up to suck ocean water up all the way up to the foothills on the other side of Los Angeles. They could scoop it
There
up.
you go for Branch 7.
But they'd be better off scooping water out of people's pools because it's much closer. And it's limited to individual drops. They need continuous flow of water to refill
Division Golf
fire
from
trucks, which
operation.
can't have salt water. You don't want salt water in there.
That piece that you're talking about looks like it's going to be in Division Juliet. Why don't you go direct with Juliet and let them know what you're looking at?
The planes that are scooping and dropping, that's like to drop on spots of the fire or to drop a little line. They're looking for water to fill the fire trucks is the problem. How far is the fire from the oceans? If we zoom out on the map.
Juliet Golf. Command.
Let's zoom out here. So this is the Eaton fire right here in the center of the screen. That's the one we're listening to coverage on right now. This is Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles. You got Palisades over here, Malibu. So range on this, let me see if I can see my scale. That's not it. 15-20 miles. Palisades fire is within 5 miles of the coast. It's right there on the coast. But the Eaton fire and the Hearst fire, probably 15 to 20 miles away. I'd put it 15. We do know that the government officials are, there's been tweets posted of people surveying the fire lines. They're obviously aware. Everyone's aware. It's hard you'd have to be living under a rock to not know about the fires in California if you live in California, especially this area. Amanda sent me pictures of from her vehicle of what the smoke looks like from her place. So we've got people close by there. Yeah, let's keep the blaming out of here as far as the political front. First of all, I don't think I'm qualified to speak out on who was right and who was wrong in a state that I've never lived in, aside from a vacation once or twice. So I just don't think I'd be the right person to do that. Clearly, there's a problem, and it needs to be worked. And what we've done so far isn't working. But I think there's a lot of people that can do a lot of things that can help it. And the problem's big. It doesn't. It's even bigger than that one state. It affects the whole region. I know the entire the Colorado River going down through Lake Powell and Lake Mead and all that entire area. Everybody along that river wants that water. All the states have been fighting for that water, and the people at the end.
416, 135.
In California, if anybody upriver takes it all, they just don't get any. So, it's a multi-state issue. The buzz is the radio. I can turn it off, but that's just like a hum that we're getting the monitor still on. We've heard that the winds are too strong. We do have, I think we've got some just 1 second. I think we have flight radar pulled up over here. Oh, it's on my other map. Let's get this one closed down. Where did flight radar go? Anybody see it? Okay, this is our fire. There's flight radar. It's in the back. Okay, so flight radar, the live look at the airplanes that are flying over this area. This one might actually be a tanker plane. Let's see what this is. Nope, that's a commuter. Don't get a lot of them flying through the area, but sort of going, the fire starts right here and goes this way, and then they've got one up here in this area. They've got another one over here in the Pasadena area. So we sort of fly in between them. Not a lot of air traffic. Obviously no helicopters up there. Helicopters don't do well in strong winds either. And so they're really limited in what they can do. We can't see, well, I'll put it that way. There you are, all wanting to see what I'm talking about.
1112 Alpha, strike team leader from engine 101.
Right, let me zoom in again. You've got the Palisades fire, which is down here by Malibu. Okay, so here, this is LAX, if you're familiar. Los Angeles on the far right side of the screen, LAX. You've got Palisades over here. You've got the Tyler fire up here. You have the Eaton fire over here. And the Eaton fire is where we just heard they're about to lose the fire station, which is right in there. There's no water pressure.
Air attack from operations on command V3.
There's air attack, so there's a plane doing something.
We're on LA County V3, not force now.
Oh, here we got one. Got a small plane. Just popped up.
Unit trying to reach operations. You're very broken.
Eaton operations, LA on V3.
One of the problems with radio traffic like this in an emergency, which
Eaton operations reported structure fire 2034 Maiden Lane. 2034 Maiden Lane. Additional structure fire 1804 La Paz Road. 1804 La Paz Road. Additional structure fire 2222 Ventura Street. 2222 Ventura.
Okay, so they just reported 3 new structure fires.
2034 Maiden Lane, 1804 La Paz Road, 2222 Ventura.
2222 Ventura.
Eaton operations as is a firm on.
That's Santa Clara, right? Trying to pull these up on the map as they're calling out these structure fires. Holy cow. 2034 Maiden Lane, California. Is it Altadena? Is that the right area? Yeah, that's from the Eaton fire. Let me show you this the 2034 Maiden Lane address here to get you perspective on this one. Eaton fire is this red dot on the far right hand screen. Here's the area that's now burning, where they've got another structure fire. This is downtown. I mean, this is in the city. This is not in the mountains. This is not areas that are surrounded by grasslands and brush. This is this is the city. I mean, you got the mailman walking down the street in the Google view, and now this house right here is now on fire, right there. Crazy, and that's I would estimate we've probably lost hundreds of homes in this. I haven't heard the report on how many exactly. Yeah, it's highly populated. It's the suburbs, for sure. Part of the problem is the season as well. The season that this is taking place, a lot of the big water collection time periods comes from spring runoff, which means you need to have a good wet winter in order to get that snowpack in the mountains. Then it will run down and build up, and you can collect it in the different areas where you're able to use it later on and store it for whatever needs, whether it's drinking water or firefighting or whatever else. We're in winter now. Okay, we haven't had the runoff. There is some snow in the mountains, but it hasn't melted and come down. So this is not a time period where you'd normally expect the reservoirs to be full. As a matter of fact, reservoirs are frequently lowered during the winter time, expecting the runoff so that you don't have flooding when the reservoirs are too full and can't handle, say, like a rapid increase in temperature early in the springtime, which would do a sudden snow melt, and suddenly you're in a world of hurt with no way to slow down the water, and it's devastating there as well. So a little bit of a catch-22 on that front. We are seeing some traffic over the Palisades fire area, but I'm not seeing. I'm just trying to zoom in and see something on the
Branch 7 from Task Force 33.
The Eaton fire. I'm not seeing a lot of traffic up here as far as the air traffic goes. Just commercial airliners.
Task Force 33, Branch 7, go ahead.
We have eyes. Task Force 33 is west of Fair Oaks. We're on Figueroa and El Sereno. We're making good headway on about 8 different structures. We had anybody free if they went just to the west of us on Navarro and Woodbury. We can get a good stop here to the west. We just need some more people to the west of us.
Okay, copy. Any resources out of Division Zulu, correct?
The second home they announced where there's a structure fire, 222 Ventura in Santa Clara.
Yes, that's correct. Zulu.
Estimated market value $1.38 million home. It's just a small home there. That is...
Branch 7, 4200 Charlie.
Is now part of the fire line.
Hey, 4200 Charlie, go ahead for 7. Hey, we're slowly making our way to you. We had a down tree and some down lines that we're getting around, but we're about a minute out.
The last one, 222 Ventura Place, this home here. Zillow puts it at $1.8 million. These are regular home prices in the area. These are not mansions.
I have 3 locations.
It's just a very expensive area to live. Spencer, Pratt, and Heidi Montauk lost their home. Does anyone seen a count of how many homes have been lost so far?
Branch 7 from operations, 1 available.
Yeah, the home prices have skyrocketed in the last 40 years, unbelievably. So much so that you can sell it, but you can't buy another place in the area. I've heard they have no fire insurance. Is that true? Regina, a lot of the areas in the United States that are frequented by natural disaster, whether it be fire, hurricane, tornado, things like that, we're finding that insurance companies have stopped writing policies or refused to insure customers in that area. So in Florida, it's very difficult to get insurance.
Zulu from operations.
Hurricane insurance. Nearly every home on Sunset Boulevard was gone. Oh my goodness.
Hey, operations from branch 7. Command.
Okay, you ready? I got 3 locations for you.
3 more?
No, negative. I've got a request for Edison to Encino and Highland for a wire in engine company, in an engine. Engine 6 is the engine company out there off of 03 Alpha.
Copy that. Encino and Highland, engine 6. Wires down.
Kinston's not out. It's not out. There's some beautiful areas in Kinston.
Go ahead with your addresses.
Let's hear the addresses.
2034 Maiden Lane.
Okay, these are the same structures. They're still trying to get people there.
1804 La Paz Road. 2222 Ventura. They're all plotting in Division Zulu, and the major cross street is New York, and New York and Woodbury.
Okay, copy all. Just give me the numbers off of Lopez.
1804 La Paz.
Copy, 1804 La Paz.
IC from operations.
Go for IC.
IC means incident control.
For wires down on engine 6 at Encino and Highland.
Confirming wires down on engine 6 at Encino and Highland.
Whoa. That truck cannot move.
4200 Charlie. I was trying to get you on V-Fire 24. We're right behind that engine that had the LDH down right next to Fire Station 12.
LDHV, low. LDHD. I don't know what that acronym is.
Division Joliet.
High voltage.
Branch on command.
$29,000 threatened. Unknown structures lost.
Hey, Division Joliet Spindler. Branch on command.
I copy 3 engines, Lincoln and Acacia. Go to their second location for the 2.
See if we can listen in on a LAFD fire update.
Thank the city of Pasadena, who's opened up the Pasadena Convention Center for those impacted by the Eaton Canyon fire. I also want to acknowledge our faith-based partners. All Saints has opened up their church for those that are evacuating the Pasadena area. But again, it's important for us to recognize that while the firefighters are there to protect structures, life is first and foremost frontline. We need to make sure that people heed the advice of our first responders. With that, I'm going to introduce our LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney to give you an update on what is going on. But I just want to thank Chief Maroney, as well as Chief Crowley for the work that they are doing to make sure that our first responders have all the resources necessary. Chief Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. My name is Anthony Maroney. I am the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator for Fire and Rescue Resources. I'm going to be giving an update on the Palisades Fire in addition to the Eaton Fire, although I am aware that we have 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades Fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified command with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department in addition to CAL FIRE. We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment. We have an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed and also no reported fatalities and a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who are on the fire line. We have over 1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. For the Eaton Fire, it is located in both the Angeles National Forest, the Altadena area of LA County, and Pasadena. LA County is in unified command with both the Angeles National Forest and the Pasadena Fire Department. We have over 2,000 acres burning at this time, and the fire continues to grow with 0% containment.
This is terrible.
We have over 500 personnel assigned, and unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries. We have over 100 structures destroyed, and the cause of the fire is unknown and under investigation. I will ask that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley update you on the Hearst Fire after I am finished with my remarks. The LA County Fire Department operational area consists of 29 separate fire departments in LA County, and all of those fire departments are at drawdown with no fire apparatus or additional personnel to spare.
They're fully
As the
stretched.
Region
They have
1
no more
coordinator,
assets.
I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. 50 engine strike teams is composed of 250 fire engines and over 1,000 personnel. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California. Thank you to the first responders from Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State that are already on the road coming to LA County to assist. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger. To all of our viewers, please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment, and we ask that you keep all of Los Angeles County in your thoughts and prayers. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley to give her briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'd like to start with just a moment, if we could, of gratitude. A moment of gratitude for our first responders, our boots on the ground that are battling this intense and multiple jurisdiction and number of fires. So gratitude to those who are doing the work since yesterday through the night. And like Chief Maroney said, we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that we save people, lives, and property. With that, I'll be touching on a couple major points. With the Pacific Palisades fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second major brush fire, now referred to as the Hearst Fire, has erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles. Now, together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is battling these two major fires while also maintaining, I want to focus on this as well, 911 services for the city's approximate 4 million residents. Now, despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property. Next, I want to focus on what we've done over the last 24 hours. And with that, even within the city of Los Angeles, with these two major brush fires, our department has responded to 3,624 911 calls for service. And to put that in perspective, our average is just under 1,500 calls in a 24-hour period. Over the last 24 hours, we've also responded to an additional 32 structure fires within the city. We've treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies, well extending our normal 650 transports to the local hospitals. When it comes to the Pacific Palisades fire, as Chief Maroney had said, this is over 3,000 acres at this point and continues to grow. We will confirm the exact acreage later, so we'll make sure that we also communicate that to the community and to the media. Last night, as of 1930 hours, all aircrafts were grounded due to the high winds. Aircrafts are continued to be able to resume their water drops and acreage mapping today when the weather allows us to do so. A total of 3,398 civilians and 15,105 structures are in the evacuation zone. And again, the evacuation zones are the following: north of PCH, west of Kenter Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard, south of Mulholland Drive, and east of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There are multiple evacuation centers which are supported by the American Red Cross. Injuries. Of course, there's a lot of interest in injuries. We have several firefighters and civilian injuries that have been reported, and all patients have been treated and transported to the local hospitals. Damage assessments. Chief Maroney did speak about a specific number. We are still vetting that through on the city side, so more information to come, and we will message that as soon as we can validate that. Approximately 400 LAFD firefighters have been deployed to the Palisades fire. We have many hundreds of law enforcement officers, our partner agency responders, and public works members engaged in supporting our overall operations. We are going to be transitioning to CAL FIRE this morning to manage this incident at 0800 hours. Next, I'd like to talk briefly about our Hearst fire, which is located in
50
Sylmar.
minutes.
Last night at approximately 10:10 p.m., the fire erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles, adjacent to the Los Angeles National Forest. The fire has rapidly expanded to over 500 acres, prompting the emergency evacuation of more than 3,000 residents. This fire is burning within the footprint of the historic Saddle Ridge fire. Now, despite the extreme winds and significant risks, and that's what we're going to be talking about from today and probably throughout the next few days, there's always that significant risk of life and property. We'll continue to focus on saving lives and protecting property. The exact anchorage at this point will be confirmed later, and we'll make sure that we communicate that to you as well. Lastly, we want to make sure that everybody understands we are absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I would tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property. The LAFD is extremely proud to stand with all of the entities behind me. Our top priority will continue to be life safety. ensuring that safe evacuation and the rescues of our residents that are in harm's way. It will continue to be our primary focus in this wind-driven fire event as it continues. Thank you for your cooperation, your support, and your vigilance. And today, we will continue to stand with our partners to protect everyone. Next up, I would like to introduce Sheriff Luna. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Next up. Oh, we moved it. Okay.
Yes, we're just moving around, having LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Barger, county and city leadership, in addition to the leadership of our first responders in our great community for the very, very important work you continue to do to protect our community, protect the assets, and first and foremost, the health and well-being and lives of members of our community. Los Angeles Unified is the second largest school district in the nation, representing the interests of 540,000 students and 75,000 committed employees. We make decisions regarding closure of schools in a very methodical and science-driven manner. So after a great deal of consultation overnight with experts looking at the data and considering the fact that air quality conditions deteriorated significantly overnight, we have made the decision to shut down a number of schools, particularly in the eastern part of our school system. I will define what those boundaries are. School communities, beginning with leadership, workforce, and families, have been informed about these areas. And as of now, those schools within the boundaries of the area that I will define are closed. This accounts for about 10% of our total schools in our district, about 100 schools out of 1,000 schools. The areas that I'm speaking about are schools located north of Manchester Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, east of 10th Avenue, west of I-710, and south of Highway 134. Any school within that area, and that accounts again for the eastern part of our district, where the air quality met or exceeded levels that are not appropriate for employees or students to be around, are effectively shut down. We will be making decisions about what will happen in those schools going into tomorrow by 4 p.m. today based on the evolution conditions. In fact, since we made the decision to shut down those schools, air quality conditions have improved significantly despite the fact that they worsened significantly overnight. I want to speak specifically about schools surrounding the Palisades area. As of last night, we had to shut down 5 schools as a result of mandatory evacuation conditions. Those were Kinter Canyon Elementary School, Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Revere Middle School, and Topanga Elementary School, in addition to Palisades High Charter High School. We have reports that Palisades High sustained significant damage as a result of the fire. We are working with state and federal entities to quickly access resources to address the issues facing this community. I want to very briefly address our workforce. We know today is not going to be a perfect day. A number of schools are shut down. However, localized conditions may make it difficult for our workforce or parents and students to access schools. Air quality conditions may vary and, in fact, may not necessarily be appropriate beyond the area where we close schools. Please use your discretion. We will utilize grace and be flexible regarding attendance and for students and employees alike. Specifically, students and employees who face chronic respiratory conditions or other health issues.
If teachers don't show up, you can't have the
flexible
students.
regarding these individuals.
You've
We
got
will
to
provide
close it.
additional updates later on today regarding conditions of schools going into tomorrow. For the schools that are open, recognizing the workforce needs of the parents of our children, beyond the bell activities, care for children in those schools will continue to be provided today. Today is not a typical day. We need flexibility, patience, and grace, and we shall extend that to our workforce and certainly our parents and students in our community. Once again, our hearts go out to those who have been impacted, and our eternal gratitude to the first responders of our community for the fantastic, difficult work they've done over the past 24 hours. Thank you very much.
Right now, the sheriff's up. I haven't heard anybody talk about looting yet.
A lot of information to pass on, but please know this. This is a very difficult and challenging situation, but we're surrounded here by people who really care, and we're going to get through this together. That means with all of you as partners in our community. Our top priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our impacted residents, first responders, and all of the individuals involved. But understand that this is a very fluid situation, specifically in the Altadena area, and a lot of our personnel, our deputy personnel, are involved in life-saving measures as we speak now. We are working very closely with local, state, and federal agencies to provide necessary resources and support. We have been in constant communication with both our fire and law enforcement partners across LA County and beyond to ensure that all available resources that are needed are being deployed strategically and effectively, but we are prioritizing life over everything else. There are over several hundred sheriff department personnel working around the clock to evacuate residents in danger, assist with road closures, and respond to multiple missions that are given to us, and they do change periodically depending on that life mission. To ensure that everyone is going to be safe or safe as possible, additional personnel will likely be assigned to this fire as this continues to go, and you heard from our fire partners that there is no containment yet. I do want to split it up into two. I want to start talking about the Eaton fire first. Currently, there are evacuation orders in Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 32,500 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 13,186 structures that we deem at risk, and that could grow. Evacuation warnings, approximately 38,600 residents are under evacuation warnings, and approximately 14,342 structures are at risk. At 4 a.m. this morning, the evacuation orders did expand to parts of the city of Duarte, Monrovia, and La Cañada. And again, we continue to assess that. That's evolving. That's going to change. So I encourage you to consistently pay attention to all sources of information so you're ready to go when you are given that order, if that does come. As information's changing, even as I was driving up here, even as I'm walking up to this podium, I'm getting messages about several of our employees who have lost their homes in the last several hours. I don't know how many, because we are still gathering that information, but like we all live here in Los Angeles County, so we are impacted. So we're going to make sure that within our department, we're wrapping our arms around our employees just like we do with community members.
He's talking about the fire right up here,
again, as I was coming up here, I did find out that we did have 2 fatalities in this area. I don't have any specifics. There is a lot of damage out there. We're still in the process of doing these assessments, trying to still save lives. So this information is going to change. The Altadena Sheriff Station itself was evacuated, and it was at least limited on fire. There was some fire at the Altadena Station, but we did have to clear out all of our employees out of there. I'm hearing some miraculous stories, and they're just barely coming in, of our deputies who were trying to evacuate the Altadena Station, and then residents were running up from different locations around there asking them for assistance in getting them out of their structures. And from what I understand, they were barely able to get people out before these structures started burning. There's just heroic stories of what our deputies are doing out there from last night and this morning. I want to make sure people know deputies are working to assist residents who are evacuating and continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated, And it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we've made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there. We are, at this point, unable to clearly determine the extent of damage at this point because the conditions are rapidly evolving and the destruction needs to be assessed as the daylight hours have come forward. I do know that I've lost at least 1 sheriff's black and white to a fire. Thank God that the deputy is okay. But deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure at Altanina Drive from Allen to New York Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center located at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena, and we're working with them in unified command and in partnership as well. For animals, there are established shelters at Larch Animal Shelter Rose Bowl Stadium, at 1001 Rose Bowl Drive in Pasadena.
That's amazing.
Small Animal Shelter, Pasadena Humane Society at 361 South Raymond Avenue in Pasadena. I'm going to switch gears now to the Palisades fire that we've been heavily involved in with our partners, again with LAPD and LA City Fire and everyone else that's up there working. As of this morning, the fire was still burning in that area. That's impacting our residents. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect, for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders are approximately 37,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades fire. Evacuation warnings, approximately 20,000 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 6,500 structures are at risk. There have been minor injuries, and our partners at the fire department have talked about those, and several, unfortunately, structures that have been lost, and we're still assessing those. Bear with me, I'm almost there. There's a lot of information, very important information. There are several road closures which can change rapidly. The 10 freeway at Lincoln Boulevard, southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon, southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon, Coastline Drive at southbound PCH, westbound PCH to Entrada to eastbound closed from PCH and Malibu Canyon. We have established shelters up for that fire in the following locations: Westwood Recreation Center, which is at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in Los Angeles; Pasadena Convention Center, which I already mentioned, we can go there; 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena; and El Camino Real Charter High School, 5440 Valley Circle Boulevard in Woodland Hills. Animal shelters, large animals, LA Equestrian Center at 480 West Riverside in Burbank; large animal shelter, Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills; large animal shelter, Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena; small animal shelter, Agora Animal Center; and small animal shelter, Pasadena Humane Society as well. We got to take care of our pets. As I wrap up, a reminder, and you've heard it from several of us, you need to be prepared. If you are in a warning area, make sure you have your essentials, your important paperwork, your medications, things that you can take, your phone charger to survive for at least a week. But if you are told to evacuate and given an order, there is nothing worth your life. Please listen to the police and fire officials that are out there and be prepared to evacuate. If you have more questions or there's about evacuations, evacuation centers, or road closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency or our Sheriff's Department social media. Now it's my honor to introduce my partner of the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you very much. And as you look at the group assembled behind me this morning, each of those and everybody we represent who's out in the field all have families. Many are impacted directly by the fire, but they leave those families to come and try and be able to help everybody else who's out there. So I owe a debt of gratitude to everybody who is putting it all on the line for everyone else. This is a tragic time in our history here in Los Angeles, but a time where we're really tested and see who we really are. And it's critical that at these times we be patient, that we come together, that we focus on saving lives and to be able to do the very best job we can. So when we look back on this, we know that we did what we could for others. I look at the people who were out there on the line last night. The winds were like something that I have never seen before. Firefighters, police officers, deputies, they're out there sheltering in their vehicles, their trucks and their cars so that they don't end up getting burned from the fire that was being driven by 75+ mile-an-hour winds. They were there until they could get out of the car and go back to doing their work. As you can imagine, a very difficult circumstance to deal with. These are, as I mentioned, unprecedented conditions, but also unpredictable. As the fire continues to spread and pop up in different locations, none of us know where the next one is going to be. So I would ask you to be vigilant, to look at your neighborhood, to talk to your neighbors, to have everybody on board so that if they see something start up, that we get on it very quickly. We get fire resources out there as soon as we possibly can, because with these winds, once it starts small, it'll be very big very quickly. And so I would ask for everybody's help, cooperation, and vigilance in that role. As you've heard before about evacuation, that makes the difference between living and not. And so I would ask you to take these warnings, these orders to evacuate very seriously. As you've heard over and again, be ready to go, pack what you need up, but then please comply with these orders. We don't give them, put them out lightly. When we believe that you're in the path of the fire, we're going to order that evacuation, and we really, really need your compliance on that, because if we have to send people in to try and make rescues, those people are putting their lives on the line directly for something that could have been avoidable. Sheriff Luna mentioned looting. That's something that we also have to watch out for. That is incredible that we'd even have to talk about that during these tragic times, but we are going to take that also extremely seriously, and we will follow up with that in the strongest way possible. As far as traffic goes, that's something that we're used to dealing with here. This will be an extra test of gridlock in many places due to people not having access to their normal routes. I would say that if you have an ability to be able to stay out of the west side today, to commute or to work from home, as long as your employers are good with that, to take advantage of that. The air is very tough today for particularly those who are challenged medically. If you can stay home and work from there, I would recommend that. We will continue to support our partners and the fire service and our other law enforcement partners. But to all and the public who are watching this, sincere thank you to all of you for your cooperation and your patience as we all get through this together. Thank you.
Now we're going to introduce my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who represents the Palisades area. Lindsay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, we woke up to a dark cloud over all of Los Angeles, but it is darkest for those who are most intimately impacted by these fires. It has been an immensely painful 24 hours for communities I represent. The Palisades, the Hearst, and Woodley fires are all in the 3rd District, but our strength is in our togetherness, and that will determine how we make it through. We need your partnership in this time of crisis. It is difficult to process the immensity of the destruction and loss, and we extend our hearts and every resource we have to all of our impacted residents. We know when we talk about these structures, they aren't just structures. They aren't even just houses. They're homes. This is our home. These are places where we built community, where we raised families.
Thank you, Lois.
Where we made memories that we will never forget, even if we can't go back to these structures. These are our home. Losing home is simply devastating. And I know that we are all here to support you and stand with you in this time of need. Aggressive winds and fire know no jurisdictional boundaries, nor does coordination and action across our LA County agencies with President Biden and Governor Newsom as they unlock support through fire assistance management grants for Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires so far. The talent and tenacity of our first responders is nothing short of extraordinary. And I've said it before, these people on the front lines are doing this because this is their calling. This is not simply a job that they came to have an occupation. They are called to this work to keep us safe, to keep our community safe, and to do all they can in this time of crisis to protect our Los Angeles County. Overnight winds grounded our vehicles, and we have red flag conditions through the end of day tomorrow. But we know that because of these fearless warriors on the front lines, we are doing all that we can to contain this fire. Thank you for your work to keep Los Angeles County safe, including the 3rd District communities of Pacific Palisades, Topanga Canyon, Sunset Mesa, Malibu, Santa Monica, Sylmar, Granada Hills, Lake Balboa, and surrounding communities. Our #1 message to everyone in impacted areas is to follow all evacuation orders and warnings and to stay where you are safe as long as the evacuations remain in place. We continue to have shelter capacity for you, as you have heard, for you, for your pets, and we have animal sheltering sites as well. These orders are not just to keep you safe and to keep your community safe. They are also to keep those on the front lines of this devastating crisis safe. And the longer that you wait to evacuate, the more you are putting people in danger who are putting their lives on the line to protect your homes. Please don't do this. Please evacuate. There is also an evacuation order in Santa Monica, the northern border of the city to San Vicente. The warning is north of Montana to San Vicente as well. We have an evacuation order as well as a warning there. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall is in Sylmar, and that is under evacuation warning because of the Hearst fire. Our probation department has evacuation plans in place should that move to an evacuation order from a warning, and our priority is to keep our youth in our care safe. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District has closed its schools today, and as you heard from Superintendent Carvalho, LAUSD has a variety of updates. We have heard from our state insurance commissioner as well, and while this is still quite early in this emergency, we do have some initial guidance from his office for evacuated households on reimbursable insurance expenses, with information to be found at insurance.ca.gov. Obtain a complete copy of your insurance policy, take note of additional living expense limits, track additional expenses, document conversations with your insurer or adjuster, and don't rush any decisions. If you have any questions, call 800-927-4357. Please continue to check emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest information. And I know we will see brighter skies by working together. Los Angeles County will continue to be unrelenting in our response. And I know we have only the finest on the front lines fighting this fire. It's our duty to see them succeed. Thank you.
All right, just giving you a little taste
now we are
of some
going
of
to hear
the
from LA
video
City
coming out
Council
of
President
California.
and Mayor Pro Tem Marquise Harris Johnson.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I just want to begin by thanking and recognizing and acknowledging the great work of our first responders, especially the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department, who last night we all witnessed doing heroic work in the face of grave danger. Last night was one of the most devastating and terrifying nights that we've seen in any part of our city at any part of our history. Fire literally jumping roads, taking out structures, and our public safety professionals created an environment where injuries were kept to a minimum, fatalities were kept to a minimum, and we wake up this morning with a renewed spirit that we can defeat this fire and move on to a brighter day. I want to also acknowledge the two members of the council that are with us today that represent the areas of the fire. Councilwoman Tracy Park of the 11th District, who's I think probably has about 90 minutes sleep by my count, because every time I looked on the television, you were there knocking on doors in neighborhoods, in community centers, at the shelters, making sure the community was okay. And then an absolute professional, someone who, since I've been on the council with her, has had to fight a fire almost every year. And so is a pro from the San Fernando Valley, the council member from the 7th District, Monica Rodriguez. And again, all the men and women, the firefighters are in the front, but our DWP workers are out there making sure we don't have additional fires from power lines, and countless folks, DOT, making sure the flow of traffic stays so that folks who want to evacuate can do so, are out there as well. So there's literally thousands and thousands of people working together to make this work. I want to announce a few more closures to add to the school closures that we heard and the closures that the sheriff and the supervisor read to us. Griffith Park closed today, including Lake Hollywood. Runyon Canyon closed today. The Los Angeles Zoo closed today. The Hollywood Reservoir closed today. The Hollywood Sign closed today, as well as all the roads through the Sepulveda Basin in the San Fernando Valley. So nobody should be going those places today anyway. I will amend what Chief McDonald said. Not only if you're on the west side or in the valley, anywhere in this city, if you can stay off the roads, please do so. I live in South LA, a long way away from the fires. Visibility is less than 1 block because of the smoke. So if there is not a good reason for you to be on the roads, we ask that you leave the roads open as possibly as you can to the public safety professionals that have to do their work and will lead us out of the crisis that we face here in the city, county of Los Angeles today. Also, lastly, just grateful for the work of the President of the United States, kicked in for us late last night, who happens to be in Southern California. The governor was with us in the Pacific Palisades last night and has helped out. And a range of municipalities around the county and outside the county have come in to help where they can, and we're extremely, extremely grateful for their help in this time of crisis for our city and our county. And with that, I will ask the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for Los Angeles County, Kevin McGowan, to come to the mic.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Kevin McGowan. I'm the Director with the LA County's Office of Emergency Management. As my partners up here have said before, we're facing a historic natural disaster, and I think that can't be stated strong enough. This is not a normal red flag. We've been in partnership with the National Weather Service for days prior to the arrival of this severe windstorm. There's been amazing communication by the National Weather Service, and they should be acknowledged for all of the communication that was put out days in advance. What's critical about that is it partnered all of our public safety and emergency organizations throughout the county to begin preparations for this. And a lot of the successes we saw over the last 18 to 20 hours is a direct result of painstaking preparations that had gone into place for the last 48 to 72 hours. We still have a long road ahead of us. Our county is known with wildland fires. We just finished working on the Franklin fire. We've had the Bridge fire, the Post fire. This has been a very destructive fire season. This is just going to add to it. Our eyes are on mitigating the impacts from this emergency, working with our community partners, and then charting a course for what will be a long recovery effort. With that, I would like to introduce our Department of Public Works for LA County Director, Mark Pistrella.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. My name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, the largest public works department in the United States. We're coordinating across the area with all our partner agencies, including, of course, primarily the City of Los Angeles, in addressing this event today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our focus in terms of infrastructure, and then I'll move on. Before I do that, though, I do want to acknowledge all of the residents that have either lost a home or who are being evacuated. I do personally understand what that is about and understand what kind of fear that can put into you. One thing I would recommend to you before you leave that home, if you want something to do, is to close that home up tight, close any openings, completely tight to the home, and make sure that access is open to the fire department in the event that they want to come on and do work on your property. That's one thing I've learned through the years is important. So right now, LA County Public Works is focused on water supply, the road safety and transportation system, and preparing our flood control system for the inevitable post-event, which may be flows of debris and mud. With respect to water resources, there's been quite a bit of talk in the media about the water system that we're using for suppression. So let me make the following statement. There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply and its impact on firefighting efforts. There is collaboration across this region. Over 200 water retailers serve the region. LA County serves the area that in the Eaton fire area. LA City serves the area, the Palisades area. We also serve the Palisades area in the north area of unincorporated water supply through the hydrant system. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable. This is a known fact. That's why air support is so critical to the firefight. And unfortunately, wind and air visibility have prevented that support. County water reservoir, however, county and city water reservoirs, open reservoirs, are available and on standby once that support becomes available. We will be having fixed wing as well as helicopter draw of water from our system. We also need customers to understand that it is really quite futile to attempt to fight fire with your hose at your house. That's not something I would recommend you do, but in fact I would ask that you turn off your water and turn off your gas, both things, before you leave the residence so that we can continue to have that water supply for the hydrant system. The transportation system is operating with many, many closures. Those closures are meant for evacuation as well as fire suppression efforts. So we're asking residents not to abandon vehicles in streets, to not park vehicles in streets, but to leave those vehicles on your property. And we ask that you drive very carefully because we also have the other event of wind right now. And we have numerous signals out across the area. So we need people to drive very consciously in the street system. And then the third piece in the road system and in our homes is the wind is causing massive tree fall. We have numerous, over hundreds and hundreds of trees that have fallen in the area already. We expect more of that to occur. This is a safety hazard for you and your children, so we're asking that you avoid walking outside, avoid being under trees, avoid parking cars under trees, all the things that you can imagine that a tree can do. A tree can be just as devastating to a home and to your personal self as a fire. So please be aware that the wind event is going to continue and the infrastructure is in place to do with that. We are currently preparing to remove that. We are removing trees as they fall where it's safe to do so. There will be a mass debris removal system put together that the county is coordinating, but we would be removing and working with the cities to remove the mass debris that's going to occur not only from the structures that have been damaged, but all of these trees that are down. So please, one of the things is make way for our utility workers who are in support of the very brave firemen and sheriff and police force that are out doing their job. We are in full support of them. So lastly, on the flood control system, this is just a quick note that yes, in fact, we will have a lot of debris. The flood control system has been impacted, that covers the entire region, by the fire. In fact, many of our facilities have been burned. One in Eaton area, Eaton Yard, where there is a debris dam there, and its facilities are currently threatened. We are looking at that and want to raise up those systems. As we enter into post-fire, our department will be available to do a review of your individual properties to make sure that you're safe from debris flow as another event that may occur in LA County. With that, I'm going to happy to turn over the microphone to my partner from the Department of Water and Power, the General Manager, Janice Quiones.
Thank you, Mark. I am Janice Quiones, CEO and Chief Engineer for LADWP. I want to start by thanking everybody on this response. I've been in emergency management my whole career, and the collaboration I've seen in this response has been incredible, especially our first responders, our crews. I want to thank our crews that have been working on high winds trying to restore power as fast as possible. And also county, city council, mayor's office. The mayor has been in contact with me all the time. And also other utilities in California have been proactively reaching out to us to help us with the restoration. So we're in the process of contacting them to ask for more support. I want to continue the thought process that Mark had about water supply in Palisades. We had a tremendous demand on our system in the Palisades. We pushed the system to the extreme. 4 times the normal demand was seen for 15 hours straight, which lowered our water pressure. We were pushing 75 CFS on our trunk line to try to keep water pressures in the system.
Cubic feet per second.
If there's a message you take away from me today, is I need our customers to really conserve water, not just in the Palisade area, but the whole system.
There's not enough water.
Because the fire department needs the water to fight the fires, and we're fighting a wildfire with urban water systems, and that is really challenging. What happened in Palisades? We have 3 large water tanks, about 1 million gallons each. We ran out of water in the first tank at about 4:45 p.m. yesterday. We ran out of water in the second tank about 8:30 p.m. and the third tank about 3 a.m. this morning. Those tanks help with the pressure on the fire hydrants and the hills of Palisades. And because we were pushing so much water in our trunk line, and so much water was being used before it can get to the tanks, we were not able to fill the tanks fast enough. So the consumption of water was faster than we can provide water in our trunk line.
Everyone drinks
the
water.
So I want to make sure that you understand there's water on the trunk line. It just cannot get up the hill because we cannot fill the tanks fast enough. And we cannot lower the amount of water that we provide to the fire department in order to supply the tanks because we're balancing firefighting with water. So we have our operations people on the water side at the command post with the fire department, helping them with tactics to ensure that we can provide as much water as we can find to our first responders. What are we doing now? We're sending about 20 water tanks from our construction crews full of water to support the fire department. We identify other areas in our system where our tankers can refill. It takes about 30 minutes to refill about 4,000 gallons of water, and we're constantly moving that water to the fire department to get them as much water as we can. I would also ask for the people on zip code 90272, because we're pushing the water system so hard, our water quality is decreasing. So we're going to be issuing a boil water notice this morning. And that will extend for about 48 hours. The water quality is low. We have a lot of ash in the system. And so please, if you're going to be drinking water, you need to boil the water. Those boiled waters will continue to increase as the system starts restoring. We're also managing a power outage restoration. Our water emergency has been the #1 primary issue.
This is terrible.
But the power issues are continue to increase. The winds picked up at around 11 p.m. last night, and that's when we saw the majority of our outages coming in. As of 7 a.m. today, we have 135,000 customers out of power. We have restored about 78,000 customers since the start of the outage. 32 customers have been out of power for more than 10 hours and 7 for over 18 hours. If you are out of power, I urge you to call us, call 911, let us know so that we can get to you as fast as safely as possible. We are on a severe emergency activation at the EOC for both water and power. It's taking us 24 to 48 hours to get to all of the outage. That's why we're going to start increasing our mutual aid request to get more crews on here to reduce that restoration time. But we cannot do that until it's safe for our crews. And I'm happy to report we have had no safety incidents for either the water and the power crews, which we need all the crews safely operating in our system. 40% of our outages were due to us having to de-energize the circuits for public safety. And we cannot energize them until it's safe to do so, and we have put eyes on our system. 20% is because of wire downs, and 6.5% is because our system has protected itself from further outages, and so we have to patrol every line before we come back online. With that, I just want to thank everybody, and Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.
She did not have any
We
good
want to
news.
transition. We're 5 minutes over. We do want to give a little bit of time for question and answer with the press. I'm going to call on you. Please identify yourself, your name, and which media outlet you're with. I see a hand up here. We'll go with you first.
Because this press conference called One Voice is bringing together some of our city leaders, our county leaders here together for this incredible tragedy, this crisis that we're experiencing right now. And a lot of our viewers are asking, how can other Angelenos help? Because people want to volunteer, people want to help. What's the best way that other folks out there that want to help, what can they do?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question, because I think this does speak volumes to the fact that it's not just at the local level, it's at the state and the federal level as well, and it is one voice. We're seeing these fires taking place countywide, which is stretching our resources. But to the public, I mentioned All Saints in Pasadena that's opened up its church to people that are evacuating, people that are not only part of their parish, but also people that are seeking refuge. I would encourage, and we will work with our Office of Emergency Management, to put together a list of what you can do to help. I know at Pasadena Convention Center, they're looking for resources, food, and blankets. Red Cross is putting that together, but we can always use more. So this is the time for us all to come together. I mean, we're trying to wrap our heads around just getting this fire under control. But make no mistake, we will put something together so that people can offer their support. You are seeing the goodness, and I know Supervisor Horvath mentioned it. With all these horrific stories you hear, you also hear stories of people that are doing amazing things to help their neighbors and their community.
Thank you for that. I'll go ahead in the green shirt.
Yeah, the DWP was talking about the problems with the water supply, and I was wondering if either the DWP or the fire department has any kind of numbers to talk about, like what is the number of hydrants that could not get water because of these pressure issues, what percentage of the system in Pacific Palisades wasn't getting serviced at that point, and given the type of things you're describing this morning, do you think there needs to be an overhaul of the system, given these increasing number of urban fires? And also, when does the mayor return?
And name and media outlet, please.
Where's the mayor?
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times.
The green lines are the path the plane has flown.
So,
this is where
Chief,
it's been
please
flying.
correct me if I'm wrong, but we were trying to keep water at all altitudes on the Palisades, and I think about 3 in the morning, that's when the hydrants went dry above the Brentwood area. We are able to push water on that trunk line on the east side of that. And we have some water on the higher elevations, 16 to 18,000, but at 3,000, at 3 a.m., all of the fire hydrants went dry in the Palisades.
100%.
To your question of climate resiliency and how do we need to update the system, I would say that that is true. We were talking with the county supervisor and Mark on how are we going to change the way we operate our water systems for events like this. This is an unprecedented event. I think the 2011 winds was significant from a power outage perspective, but the fires have really increased the response complexity of this. We had crews trying to mitigate this, and we had to evacuate. We worked with fire department to try to get back in and try to fill the tanks again. It was unsafe to do so. So you're managing the fires, you're managing the power outage, and you're managing the water needs because it was an urban wildfire firefighting. So yes, we have to look at our system from a climate resiliency as a region, and it's going to be more than just DWP. It's all the water agencies here, including the county.
Thank you. Over here in the burgundy with a mask. Name and media outlet, please.
Real quick, I can speak on the operational side of the hydrants. We don't have a specific number to the hydrants. We do know that it came in phases. Now, our firefighters always have a primary plan, a backup plan, contingency, and emergency plan. So oftentimes, just so that the public is aware, in large brush fires, water supplies are normally limited. So with that, our apparatus do have the ability to draft water if we need to out of pools, ponds, any type of water resource. We also utilize the water tenders, in which we spoke about a little bit earlier. So with that, I just wanted to clarify that in regard to when the mayor is returning. I spoke to her this morning at 4 o'clock. She's on her way for the last leg of her journey back home from Dallas, so her ETA is right around noon.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Within the hour.
Buenos dias, everybody. Ali Santana with Telemundo 52.
Buenos
For
dias.
Chief Crowley, Chief Maroney, where can people go to donate food, water, supplies, and for Superintendente Carvalho, Sheriff Luna, and CEO Quiñones, just something in Espanol for our people in
We will do something in Spanish right after we conclude over here with a couple of Spanish speakers. Regarding the volunteer information.
Sure. So thank you for the question about the donations. I know we spoke about that earlier. Just a touch point for the community. We are so grateful for the community's efforts in regard to donations. Now, what I do want to be mindful about to make sure that we share is please listen to the direction of where those donations, either through money and or food, any type of donation, it can become problematic if the public starts to just drop things off. So we are putting together a strong plan from our Emergency Operations Center. We're at the highest level at this point. We're coordinating with the county as well. So stand by for more information. We want to be very purposeful and strategic in how we're going to collect those donations, and they are welcomed.
Right over here with the glasses and the gray, right behind you. Over here with the hand up.
Scott Snowden, Santa Monica Daily Press. Question for Ms. Horvath. Are there any forecasts or predictions at this point for the economic impact of this?
That's going to be massive.
There are no early numbers of the economic impact, but we are already exploring how we can do, for example, a business interruption fund, as we have done in other states of emergency. We know that there are many businesses that have also been impacted, in addition to the people who are experiencing difficulty in their homes. So we are looking at what resources the county has available to support on all fronts. But thank you for the question.
Lastly, do you think this will affect insurance companies in their approach to house owners going forward?
I believe it already has, and the conversation is ongoing. As I shared earlier from the insurance commissioner, I know this is an ongoing conversation in his office, and he has provided that information and welcoming phone calls from folks who do have questions about insurance impacts as a result of these fires. I do know that yesterday, through the help of our chair, the county declared a state of emergency, as did the governor, and I know that there are other states of emergency that will be declared in order to make sure that all residents are able to readily access everything that they need to in response to these claims.
Thank you. We need to move on. Right here in the front,
the winds
young
are picking
woman
up
with
again.
the hand up.
Hi, Grace Toohey with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping one of the fire chiefs could talk a little bit about long-range spotting and how far we actually saw embers jumping from one fire to other spot fires. And then additionally, we heard repeatedly fire crews requesting help, backup, and not having enough crews. Were you guys prepared enough for this? Did we have enough resources to fight these fires? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I'll start at the end and work back. No, LA County and all 29 fire departments in our county are not prepared for this type of widespread disaster. There are not enough firefighters in LA County to address 4 separate fires.
I believe it's 9 a.m. in
magnitude.
California, right?
We were prepared. We did get state preposition resources that came from Northern California that were up in the Santa Clarita Valley. We did hire additional firefighters from the LA County Fire Department and pre-positioned them in the Santa Monica Mountains. The LA County Fire Department was prepared for 1 or 2 major brush fires, but not 4, especially given these sustained winds and low humidities. Like our Director of Emergency Management said, this is not a normal red flag alert. People were calling for help. We tried to get them the help that they needed. LA County right now, like the LA City Fire Department, is prioritizing life safety, but we're also engaging in structure defense, perimeter control, and aerial operations. Remember that the LA County Fire Department has
13 aerial assets available to it. In addition to our agency-owned helicopters, we have our 2 CL-415 Super Scoopers and our CH-47, which is part of the 3-county QRF. So we're prepared to keep fighting the fight. Like I said earlier, I've requested additional resources, not only from Northern California, but from out of state. We did that last night, yesterday. So we're doing the very best we can. But no, we don't have enough fire personnel in LA County between all of the departments to handle this. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a couple of just quick questions.
I just want to also acknowledge that that came down from Sacramento State Senator Ben Allen and Sasha Perez, as well as our Santa Monica Mayor Negrete, who's also present here. And I know that Congressman George Whiteside is flying in from Washington, D.C. He represents the Sylmar Santa Clarita area, and so we appreciate you all being here.
Thank you,
and
Chair
I think
Barker.
someone from the mayor's office would like to go ahead.
Thank you,
introduce
Supervisor.
yourself.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Celine
She got
Cordero,
pushed
Deputy
off.
Chief of Staff to Mayor Bass.
Wow.
I just wanted to step forward and address the question about the mayor. The mayor will be on the ground shortly, very shortly this morning, and engaged. But I want to assure the community and the city, our mayor has been actively engaged 100% of the time, the entire last 24 hours throughout this unfortunate event and crisis. The mayor has been in constant communication with our chief of police, our fire chief, our council president, our law enforcement partners, our Supervisor Barger, thank you, and our county partners. So I just want to stress she has had 100% access the entire time that she's been traveling and been actively involved in the decision making. So thank you very much to all up here, and the mayor looks forward to meeting you very shortly this morning.
Thank you for that. Over here in the green shirt.
That was some CYA for the mayor.
Good morning. Stephen Coleman, KABC. I'm aware of 3. Could you describe and characterize the 4th fire? County fire?
Yes, I can speak briefly on that 4th fire was a Woodley fire, which is approximately, it was a smaller fire. We threw a lot of resources at it. It is under control at this point. We'll push that information out to the media so you have the very specifics, but we're calling it the Woodley fire. Yeah, it was in the Sepulveda Basin. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Last question, then we'll have one-on-ones. Hi, Samantha Norris, San Fernando Valley Sun. I know the Hearst fire is one of the smaller fires here, but can somebody speak more to what resources are being deployed to that fire? And for people in the Sylmar area, what are the evacuation zone areas, any closures, and where those people can go in the area?
Hi, good morning. Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez from the 7th District. Last night we evacuated 71 horses from the Stetson Ranch area. The fire came up quickly, and so thankfully they were safely evacuated to the Hanson Dam Equestrian Center. As we indicated, this is a very dynamic situation, and the lack of aerial support is making it that much more challenging for firefighters to be able to fight these fires, whether it's in the Palisades or any other part of the county. And so it's critically important that people heed the evacuation orders. In the Sylmar community, Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima is available for the evacuations. Currently, there is 80% vacancies, so there's still capacity for people to evacuate there. Going beyond that, we will continue to open up additional facilities as it's needed. I want to ensure the public that the things that you can do, and I know the question was asked earlier, if you're not in the immediate fire area, there are things that you can do to be of assistance, and it goes to looking at hardening your home from any potential threat of embers. These embers fly. They can go for a couple miles. So we want to ensure that they do everything to create the defensible space in their homes if they're in the adjacent areas. Again, staying off the roads to the greatest degree possible. More importantly, reducing your water usage at this time. Because there is no aerial support, all of our water is being heavily demanded upon for these firefights in all parts of the county. So these are the proactive measures that people can be taking to be of assistance immediately given the needs of our first responders. If you have downed power lines, report those to 911. We can also report all outages to 1-800-DIAL-DWP. And most importantly, for trees that are down, because we know we have a lot of road blockages, our Bureau of Street Services, for the City of Los Angeles, all of our street services crew and public works crews are out there doing that work as well, and they are part of our first responders. Want to make sure that everyone's reporting those to 311 so that we can keep the roads cleared for everyone to have the greatest amount of access for our fire personnel. But most importantly, for the adjacent equine areas, because I know in the Hearst fire, we're concerned about the spread right now. There's a lull in the wind, but we're concerned about the potential spread to other equine areas. We want to make sure that we launched our early evacuation for horse keeping areas in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, and I want to continue to urge the public in these adjacent areas to please be prepared with your bags, with your important documents, to be ready to be prepared to potentially heed the call for evacuation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're over time. We're going to...
Just one clarity as well, so you have some of the statistics. It started at 10:10 last night. The latest acreage we have is 500 acres. We're working closely with our partners, which are the Los Angeles National Forest. We have a rep over here behind us, so we can do some one-on-ones if you want more specific, but we are unified with them. Also, the good news is, through the heroic efforts of our crews working through the night last night, our overall objective was to keep that fire so it did not overpass the 5, did not cross the 5 at this point. We're able to hold it to that point. But again, the winds are back up. We're working really, really hard there to make sure we maintain that. And we're going to continue to work really, really hard with our partners.
Love the sign language.
I don't have too much more to add, but I will share that the Los Angeles City Fire and the Angeles National Forest went into unified command immediately when that fire started. And that fire started in an area we're well exercised, known as the mutual threat zone. So that's a part of our pre-planned unified command area, and that includes ground resources and aircraft. And of course, as mentioned, the aircraft has been having a hard time finding good air, and actually with the wind speeds. We're assessing aircraft availability every minute, continuously watching for a window to get aircraft up from multiple parts and multiple agencies. The Angeles National Forest aircraft and the air tanker base that services the Southern California areas in Lancaster under the U.S. Forest Service, and they're watching for opportunities to launch aircraft. But last night, the winds out in the Antelope Valley were just as bad as they were here in what we call the Front Range. So we're still struggling to get aircraft in the air. Yes, sir. Robert Garcia, Fire Chief for the Angeles National Forest.
Thank you. We are wrapping up our press conference. We will have one-on-ones and a short for Spanish media. If you gather right over here, we will have Sheriff Luna and also LA City PIO.
Okay, we're gonna bail on that for right now. They're done sharing the information. They're going to reshare it for individual stations that want to do just interviews that way. But we got the gist of it. That was a big press conference with they're presenting a united front on this, saying we're all working together, and as far as press conferences go, I would rate that one pretty good. That was way up there. I'd give it like an 8 or 9 out of 10 because the information they provided was factual. It was up to date. It was detailed. We never heard anyone say, "Oh, we'll get back to you on that one. We're still trying to figure it out." It was done very well, and although there was a lot of spraying your shoulder, patting yourself on the back for how well we're doing, most of the information that they shared had to do with exactly just how serious it was. About, how much the fires have impacted in different areas, how many other crews are on the ground, and we found out that every firefighter apparatus, every firefighter is engaged in this fire. They have no extra assets to throw at it. We found out that all their water supply is used. They're still pumping water. It's not like everyone's house is dry, but to pump the water up the hills where they're trying to get the water, people down below are using water faster than they can fill those lines, and they can't fill the tanks. They've used 3 1 million gallon tanks, and they're empty. The fire hydrants are dry because people are flushing their toilets and drinking water, or washing their cars, or watering their lawn, or filling their pool, or whatever it is they're doing with their water down below, and it's using that supply. They're begging people not to use more water and to cut that down. Amber, stop flushing. That's what we're telling people. If it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down. That's what they say when it's a situation like this. Amber, save me here.
I didn't get to hear the entire press conference because I do work a regular job. What I didn't hear in that press conference was them stressing the use of a face covering if you're out in these terrible air quality areas. Even if you're hundreds of miles away and the air quality is still registering the smoke, please make sure you're wearing face coverings. The smoke inhalation damage wreaks havoc on the body, and you don't realize it until it's too late and you can't do anything about it. So please, 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 if you're in these areas, if you have people that you know that are in these areas trying to get out, make sure that they're using some kind of face covering, whether it's an actual mask, one of the gaiters, something over their mouth and nose to help to prevent as best as possible the smoke inhalation.
Yeah, the particulates that are in smoke are not good for your body. I know this breaking news. The Surgeon General's been trying to tell us that for a long time. but breathing the smoke and the stuff that's in the air when there is a fire, it's not all just, oh, it's natural. It's trees and branches and things. No, there's plastics and there's, all sorts of man-made stuff that's burned. There's hazardous chemicals in there, even in small amounts, and your body needs oxygen, not particulates.
Melpoy, I won't answer that question live. Just be mindful, especially if you feel like you're having trouble breathing. Please don't take that lightly. Smoke inhalation, soot damage can go from 0 to 60 in quick, fast, and in a hurry. So please make sure you're protecting yourself. And kids, make sure that they've got face coverings as well. Greeners, to answer your question, yes, I have given a presser before, but no, I won't give you the details, so you can't go find it. I'm off to another meeting.
Josh, you have your homework. We'll see you, Amber. Thank you. Bye. Bye. All right, we're going to jump back to the radio traffic coverage.
Copies your request for road closures on Woodbury from Windsor to Lake.
This is
and
live.
New York from Lake to Sierra.
One thing we saw yesterday is as people were trying to evacuate last night, they were trying to evacuate the areas. Traffic was bad, and they were literally stuck in their cars. They were told to get out and run, similar to what we saw in Hawaii, the Hawaii fires, the Maui fires.
LA County Quint 3 on branch 7 on command.
That helps them. But the problem is when fire trucks are now trying to go through the area, they could not get in. So
from Safety 30 on command. I copy that traffic for Quint 3. They were sent home mechanical.
There are videos out there of firefighting bulldozers bulldozing cars off the road to make room for the fire trucks to go through. Sir. It is absolutely insane to see
Truck
this.
31, branch 7 on command.
Priority traffic.
Here we go.
Division Zulu from operations.
Priority traffic means everyone else be quiet.
Operation Zulu. Can you get some resources down here to Woodbury and Lincoln? Want to try to hold it at Woodbury. Copy that, Woodbury and Lincoln.
That's in Altadena. That is the... let's see, Woodbury and Lincoln. There's a Panda Express right there. I mean, I kid you not. This is the area we're talking about.
Planning Ops, branch 7, command.
They just asked for resources right here. There's the Panda Express. And here's where they want the fire trucks, where they'd like to try to stop this fire that's pushing in from the hillsides. This is the Eaton fire right here that comes through there. So this is... I mean, imagine Panda Express doesn't build up in the boonies. These are the suburbs. This is. Can you focus and stop thinking about lunch? I'm sorry. I'm just trying to tell you that this is what they're dealing with right now. That Eaton fire is tearing through what everyone considers to be a city. Going back over to the Eaton fire here. It's right about in this area. That's where one of these are some of these planes with these green lines. This is the path they've flown. They're looping. They have cameras. They have radio communication. They're coordinating air traffic and everything else in the air. Sometimes you have a plane like this, a small plane that would be a pilot plane for a larger air tanker that drops water.
Division Quebec, Branch 7 on command.
Branch 7, go for Quebec.
Any resources you can send over to Zulu to help them there off of Woodley would be appreciated.
Copy that. I'm just rounding up my resources now. I'll send what I can.
The problem they're having with the planes is the high winds. Planes can fly in high winds.
Branch 7, planning out.
Jets do it all the time. The problem with the fighting a fire is you're flying very close to the
You still have a
ground.
Quint assigned? Of any Quint or truck assigned? Not that we're aware of. We'll run that to ground. I do have 1322 Alpha that has just checked in. Do you want them to go to Zulu? That's a firm 1322 Alpha to Zulu. They'll be on V Fire 24. And I'll close the loop on a truck or Quint for you. Thank you.
This the planes that are trying to drop water are flying literally hundreds of feet above the ground. It is extremely dangerous, and if you have high winds which fluctuate and are gusty and change direction,
82. Are you on command?
a plane can be thrown at the ground very quickly by a gust of wind. Imagine, I mean, we see it in the airliners way up in the sky as well. It happens, hitting dead air or something like that. That's what they call it. But it's very dangerous for these firefighters to be fighting these fires in the first place because visibility is so low, and radar is not going to help you that low. A lot of these planes will drop off because radar can't pick them up. They're too low.
Hey, Mike, go ahead.
So visibility is a challenge, and then also having the wind that you're fighting, which is unpredictable.
Quebec had 2 Pasadena trucks, 31 and truck 32. Yeah, I copy. We've got truck 82 also.
I've done communications for wildland fires before, emergency communications. In that case, my ham radios work better than the firefighters, and they called us in and said, "Can you please communicate with our crews on the ground?"
Operations, you're going to get 1322 to Woodland and Lincoln.
They're trying to save that panda or that neighborhood.
Correction, Woodbury Road and Lincoln.
We're in the Los Angeles area. If you look at the map here, Los Angeles is in the center of the map. This is LAX, this group of airplanes down here. That's Los Angeles International Airport. There are 3 fires that we're dealing with, 2 primary, one up here by Santa Clarita in this area. Actually, it's a little south of Santa Clarita. We've got the Palisades fire, which is in this area. This is Malibu area. You've got Malibu Beach. Homes on Malibu Beach are burning. And then over here, we've got the
truck
Eaton
82
fire,
from Branch 7 on command.
which is affecting Pasadena, Altadale, let's see, Sierra Madre.
Branch 7 to Duluth.
I think Las Lomas, Monrova, Duarte, all those, I'm saying them wrong, but all those towns are under evacuation in that area. So lots of, we are seeing right now, we've got some helicopters in the air.
Branch 7 is
for
truck 82
Palisades.
working in your division.
A few planes that have been flying over the area as well. This is a jet flying over. It's going to land. It's much higher.
Branch 7 Zulu trainee, that's affirmative.
Planes flying at 4,700 feet. Right, the green track you're seeing right here.
Reassign them over to
2,600 feet for this plane.
over to commercial on Lake.
Helicopter,
Address is 2184 2184 Lake. 2184 Lake for Battalion 3.
And another at 0
Can I
feet.
give you
It might be landing right here.
Yeah, you firm.
This is the landing area, so they've landed. That's where they're staging from. Got 2 choppers on the ground there.
Hey, Battalion 3, you got Quint 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166. 166.
The reason why these little tails from the planes are so useful is it sort of lets us map out on the ground where the fire is, because they're covering area where the fire is to see the activity, so they can report back to the incident command center and say, we're seeing a big push on this front, the fire's moved this far. They're sending imagery back, probably both thermal as well as maybe even infrared. Can see through smoke. And just get pictures of what's happening on the ground so they can make better decisions. Just texted your burner phone. It's a text communication with the battalion chief. Let me check here. Okay. Thanks, Amanda H. Oh, sorry. I got an update from Amanda about who took the pictures. Those weren't Amanda's pictures. They were someone else's. Thank you. Let's see. AZ from the battalion chief. Oh, my goodness. It's apocalyptic is his words. It's apocalyptic. He also drops the F-bomb. This particular individual says, who's a battalion chief, so many buildings burnt to the ground, multi-million-dollar mansions, multiple schools, churches, etc. The whole area is decimated. It's only going to get worse when the sun comes up. It's apocalyptic. It is bad. It is bad. Prayers for the firefighters and all the first responders. Thank you, my girl Angie, and congratulations on 20 months. That is awesome. Listening in to the scanner here again. We're listening mostly to the traffic that's happening over here in the Eaton fire, which is this guy right here. This fire has spread. The difference between the Palisades and the Eaton fire, Palisades spread through a lot of high-end homes, and it's sort of, there's not a lot of homes. They're not as dense. There's your bigger properties. These are very expensive properties, and a lot of forest and trees and things like that there. And so as the fire burns across there and is pushed from the east to the west from those, I think the winds are blowing towards the ocean that way. It is damaging a lot of property and lives and things. It's threatening those. But this fire is going from the mountains into the city, so it's spreading down, and it's reached Panda Express, and it's spreading down this way. So I would say from a safety standpoint, I think more people are threatened by this fire than Palisades at this point. That's just my personal assumption, as from what we've heard from the people in charge.
Eden operational AV3 able.
Adam, I saw a bunch of succulents at Trader Joe's, and my wife thought of you. She's like, "Hey, when I see these, who do I think of?" And I'm like, "Adam." They had a bunch of succulents. There is a lot of forest to the west. Yes, they have more of a threat of the fire spreading rapidly there, and eventually.
Eden, I CLA on V3 able.
Eventually, if the fire continues, let's see. Let me see if I can show you where it's at right now. If it continues westward through these mountains, you've got Thousand Oaks over here that could be spread to, and then you've also got let's see where are we at? El Rio, Montalvo. These people are all in the smoke plume right now. Or I think the wind's blowing in this direction right now, sort of like top right to bottom. I'll have to check on the status on that. That was air attack.
Eden, I see Elko on command.
Might be this plane we're hearing right here.
Eden operations, LA on V3 able.
I don't think this plane is actually flying and making hard turns like that. It just is pinging at either irregular intervals, or it's flying so low that it's not being picked up consistently. Most plane flights look more like this. You can see LAX still has a lot of traffic coming in and out. The landing pattern right now is coming in from the south underneath LAX, then out across the ocean, turning back around,
Helco on
and back in.
command.
So they're staying out of this area to the north, where the Palisades fire and most of the smoke plume is. That keeps them out of that. It gives them a good view of the fire, though. But that also frees up the air traffic for the firefighting efforts that they're doing in that area. JM member for 15 months, 15 months and loving it. Thank you, RA, for what you do. Thank you, JM. I appreciate that. Virginia says, Mrs. RA says you cannot have Panda Express. My girl Angie, by the way, thank you. Congratulations on the 20 months. The official has zero idea how many people have died. It will take weeks to sift for remains. Mostly they're going to start by getting reports of missing people. And they'll build a list for missing people, and then they'll try to cross people off that list as they are found or they're located in shelters or another location or out of state or on a trip or something like that.
LA, Copter 17 Helco on V3.
Copter 17 Helco, V3, go.
It's this guy right here, I think.
LA, unable to get a hold of Eat Night here operations. We've got Copter 15 and 22 ready to work out of Barton if they have a need. The 2 Type 1s.
2 Type 1 helicopters out of Barton. This is going to be down here. Is this a scam call? Hello?
Hello. Hi, this is Michael. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fine.
That's perfect. May God bless you. Well, the reason of my short call is that you have already health insurance through the marketplace. Is that correct, sir?
Excuse me?
You have already health insurance through the marketplace. Is that correct?
What do I have?
Health insurance, sir. Health.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello.
You have already health insurance?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Listen, sir. We cannot provide you health insurance. We can provide you subsidies and additional benefits on your health insurance that are totally free of cost. You don't pay anything, okay?
Thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too, sir. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Oh, it's even better to meet you. Do you know you work for a scam company?
No, sir.
You didn't know? Oh, okay. Now it's my turn to help you. You work for a scam company. You transfer people. You transfer people to legitimate companies, and you try to intervene as a third party, listening in to get my information. We bust you guys all the time.
No, sir. Listen, sir. We are independent broker. Our job is connect your call with the licensed agent on the marketplace. He is a person. They can provide you all your subsidies and additional benefits. Okay.
You know what? I did this before, and when I wouldn't say the right words, I got disconnected and back with the original call, which means you were listening in. I've proved that this is a scam.
No, sir, it is not a scam call. We are calling from Marketplace Enrollment Center. It is verified by our
You're in Calcutta.
American government. What means, sir?
You're in Calcutta.
No, sir. We are calling from We are calling from Texas City, Austin.
Name the closest U.S. city to you.
Austin, sir. From Texas, state Texas.
You're in Austin, Texas?
Yes.
No, because if you were in Austin, Texas, you'd know it's not Austin, Texas.
Sir, Austin is capital of the Texas. I am calling from that place.
You've got a good script. I'm sorry. This is a scam. You're live on the air, by the way. We're on YouTube right now. We've got, 1,000 or so people listening in. This is a scam. If you ever get a call from somebody who sounds like this, asking these questions, just know that you can hang up on them because they're only trying to steal your information.
Yes, sir. We cannot need your personal information. We need your age and Medicare, Medicaid, or your zip code bus.
And then you transfer me to your most qualified agent?
Yes.
And
No,
then-
no.
and
That's
then-
a agent on your rep area.
And then you hang up?
Sir, we can transfer the call.
And
No,
then you-
no, we cannot hang up. We can listen.
Oh,
Your
yes,
and
you
license
can
agent
listen. And you do listen. And you listen for my social security number and my name and my address, my
No,
birthday.
no. Listen, we can not need your address. It is. I have not permission to need your addresses at date. I can simply hang up.
You
Complete
can.
our buffer time.
You
okay?
can hang up, but you
Complete
record
our-
the call and you sit in the middleman with the man in the middle and you steal the information.
Listen, sir, I don't need your information. You have not believed me. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Hey, guess what? Your parents are disappointed in your job choice.
No, sir.
Do they know you do this for a living? Or do you hide it from them and tell them you're a salesperson? Okay, all right.
Copy. LA is also trying to get a hold of him for a safety.
Okay, so you relay that to him. I appreciate it.
Back to the important
LA
stuff.
copies 1522 available at Barton.
Okay, we've got some
Helicopter
helicopters.
17 from Branch 7.
Got some choppers that are available.
Branch
in
7,
the
go
area.
for Helco.
Hey, got air tech out here. If you guys can bring it, come on out and take a look. At least on the far east end so we can stop some of the lateral movement. That'd be great. At least come out and take a look and see if you guys are willing to fly in there.
Yeah, I've got copter 15 and 22 ready to work, both Hawks at Barton. If needed, just order them.
Okay, I'll work with operations. Go ahead and start you guys, and we'll see what we can do out on that east end.
Okay, copy. Currently, Helco is over the Hearst incident, but we're making our way towards you in the next 30 to an hour.
That's this guy right here. Helco over the Hearst incident. That's
okay,
Hearst.
I got you.
That's the Hearst fire up north.
Eaton Operations or Eaton IC, LA on V3.
LA, go for IC.
Eaton IC, be advised. Resident called in 289 West Acacia Street. Address 289 West Acacia Street has multiple fireworks in the structure. If anyone's working nearby, you safe.
Wow. I wonder, I'm just guessing, are they legal? Are fireworks legal in California? I would have thought that they would have banned those a long time ago because of the fire danger. It's good. Appreciate him doing that, but multiple fireworks. He's basically got explosives in a house that is at risk of burning. It's good to let the firefighters know. You should do that if you store propane, if you store, chemicals that are dangerous. But he might also now be facing charges. Not legal here for sure. It is funny because there are some states where they're illegal to possess them, and there are other states where you can set them off 24/7, 365 days a year. I think what might be best for him, and I'm being sort of tongue-in-cheek, is if the house does burn down and they all just burn up and nobody films it. Because then it's like, well, but do you have any evidence?
Branch 7 from Battalion 3. On command.
Oh, man. Sinbad.
Copy that, head now.
I'm sorry to hear that. Oxygen tanks as well. Oxygen in and of itself is not flammable, but pure oxygen
Branch 7
around just about any
Battalion
other
93
fuel source
on command, V3.
is extremely dangerous. It takes very little heat under
Hey,
pure
go ahead for
oxygen to ignite a fire.
7.
Hey, Pat, I really need at least one quint. It's going to be my contingency emergency plan if this thing's going in the attic to keep this amber cast and this huge building from taking fire down the road.
Wow.
Yeah, A firm, you've got Quint 166, and they acknowledge a Division Zulu, Branch 7 on command.
Branch 7 Zulu trainee. What's the cross on Lake for Quint 166? Go ahead. Hey, your cross is going to be between Boston and Calaveras on Lake.
They're giving cross streets for firefighters who don't know the area. Say, how do I get to that position? Because you might have come from a county away. And you're like, I don't know these streets.
Zulu trainee from Battalion 3, your crosses are going to be Calaveras and Boston off of Lake. Copy, Calaveras and Boston off Lake. We'll pass it on to Quint 166. You should be en route shortly.
Carrie and Freaky Friday was filmed at the Palisades Charter High School, and it's burned down. That's going to be, this is the Eaton fire we're looking at here.
Zulu
Palisades
was that
is
your
down
only
here.
traffic?
Here's Palisades. Wish I could make the labels a little bigger. Let's see if I can do that. Here's my email if you guys ever want that. Build your own receiver. I'll have to look into that. Not sure where the high school is. It's going to be... Got some churches. This area is just right up there in the hills. Got some firefighters with helicopters up here making drops. They're probably near the front of the fire line. While you can look at sort of the outline of the pattern that this plane is flying and get an idea of just the total size of the fire. Josh gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Josh. Super generous of you.
Ops, read IC.
Go ahead for Ops.
Ops, Eden IC. Confirming the order for Copter 15, 17, and 21 are coming from Helco.
We're ordering Halco along with 15, 17, and 21.
Kaylee, you've got to be really careful.
1522 Alpha on
Make sure you
command.
have the rights to any song you post. Because if there are too many of those, they'll just delete the channel. Oh my goodness. Nancy says, a few years
Zulu
ago
from operations.
in Montana, my son, wildlife firefighter,
Go for Zulu.
had a rancher release 100 head of cattle, try to save them.
Can you send me one engine on Woodbury just west of Lincoln?
Didn't warn the firefighters. Suddenly had...
Yeah, affirm. I got a lot of engines working down in there right now. What are you looking for? You want us to tie in with you?
Yeah, we have some brush going next to a commercial building. If we can put this thing out, we mitigate the risk.
Copy Woodbury and Lincoln. Which side? Northeast, southwest? I've been in that area. I'm trying to figure it out.
West side of Lincoln on Woodbury.
Copy that.
Woodbury and Lincoln and Altadena is... oh my goodness. This is by major roads. That's our Panda Express corner. They're about 2,000 feet from the 210. let me show you this map here really quickly. This fire is about to affect major areas. The area he just called in is this red dot. Okay, so we've got this is Altadena. Here's the Eaton fire right here in the center. And he just said, we've got a fire right here. We're trying to save these buildings. Well, take a look. Take a look at the buildings he's talking about. This is where the fire is at. We're talking 5-lane roads that's jumping because it's jumping from trees to trees. He says it's in this area. You've got McDonald's. You've got, well, I can't see Panda Express, but it's here somewhere. I know it's there. Unbelievable. How far into the suburbs and I'd say the city this is actually getting.
Engine 8, engine 11, go left, come down to my location.
Fried rice on the menu. Too soon for that one. Wagger, we've started to see an increase of original members who were gifted memberships several times, then weren't for a while. We've started to see some of those names creep back into the gifting. So maybe the algorithm lets you back in after a little while. So don't give up hope. It may happen. Thanks, Josh. I'll have to take a look at it. It's not loading right now, but I'll take a look in a minute. It's in the city. There are a lot of parks and golf courses with houses, commercial and retail. Altadena is the foothills end of the suburbs. Nadi, that might mean that your channel is a business channel or a professional channel, where you have a setting. It also might be your channel is connected to a country in the world where they just don't have an agreement set up. So there could be a couple issues there. I'm showing a Subway sandwich on the map. Viviana, thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words. Wish we had better news to share, but this is not a good day. It's not a good day in California for sure. I'm going to take a look on the Twitter feed really quick just to see what the latest updates are on some of the imagery that we see coming out of California.
1322 Alpha from engine 11.
He sounds urgent.
Alpha, engine 11.
Engine 11, you're on command. You want to reach me on TAC?
Go for engine 11.
When he says reach me on TAC, that means we're switching to a tactical channel. A lot of times when they have something sensitive to share or something that might alarm the general public, they will switch to a tactical channel, which is encrypted. And that information will be shared just within the firefighters.
Copter 17 LA on V31A.
Tactical channels are also used for SWAT maneuvers and things like that. Any sensitive type procedure or operation usually uses tactical. Valerie Cuevas, I finally got a gifted membership after 3 months of no luck. I wish I could pay for one. I just can't afford it. Love it here. Been here since Maya. Valerie, thank you very much. I'm glad you got one. Congratulations on the 10 months of membership. Let's see. It's good news. I love seeing that the planes are still up. As long as the planes are up flying, that means the winds are low enough that they can probably get some air tankers in and make some saves, really, to save houses. It's where they dump the water on an area right before a house, and hopefully it protects the house a little bit. You don't actually want to dump the water on the house itself, even if it were on fire. That water falling from the air tanker weighs a lot, and it could, if it hit a person, it can kill them. It's a lot of water all at once. It's not like raining, a nice rain when it falls down. It is it's impressive. I've seen some damage on the hillside where a plane dropped a load of water too low, and basically just scoured all the soil off the ground. When I was doing communications for a wildland fire out in Utah, in that particular situation, they had radio problems, which they're having here as well. You can hear the number of times people are calling for the Eaton Fire headquarters, the control, and not getting an answer. That's a bad thing. You should always be able to reach the incident command. But you've got so many different firefighters active on the same frequencies at the same time that they've had to split off, and people are all over the place. They're trying to manage where everyone talks to, and it's like air traffic control. If you're flying a plane from California to New York, in California, as you take off from LAX, you're going to be talking to the LA Tower. But as soon as you clear the tower and you get out of their little airspace, they'll transfer you to somebody else, and you'll transfer through these different frequencies, talking to different people. These people are all these firefighters are in the same area, but they have different efforts and they have different teams, and so they subdivide all the radios. And you've heard that they're trying to flash them with, all the frequencies that they're using in this particular case. Communications get very difficult in that case. Can confirm that, says Debbie. Water falling from a bucket of a helicopter hurts like I can't see what it says there. Like heck. Does this site track VFR flights? Teddy Bear, this Flight Radar 24 will track everything that has an Type S transponder, with the exception of government. Government has a different transponder, I think. Bite Me gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Bite Me. Worst thing to invite to a balloon fight. Yeah, the helicopter, it can do some damage. Josh just texted some heli views. I'm trying to get this to open. It's just taking a while. It's very smoky. So ABC7 was showing some of this, so I'll see if I can use any of this. It's sort of hard to...
Ayden saving those homes. They'll drop.
Yeah, it's just a lot of smoke. Helena Handbasket says, big winter storm headed to my area in Texas. Probably going to lose power. Might be another ice apocalypse. You with the ice, California with the fire. It's like fire and ice. Going back, looking at Twitter really quickly, there are some... Let's see, this is probably one of the images that's just crazy. Amber was talking about some of the health issues that could arise from the smoke in the air. And this particular, your wellness our priority, tweets this one out. That's the city. I mean, these are high-rise structures, and there's the fire with planes or helicopters flying over it.
I see from Ops. Go ahead.
Ops from IC, we have reports of a structure fire at 305 West Montana. Do you have any additional units you could send that direction?
.305 West Montana is in Pasadena.
I'll get somebody over there.
That's $1 million single-family residence, 1,866 square feet, 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
Zulu trainee, Battalion 3, on command.
That's this one right here that they're saying that just caught on fire.
Battalion 3, Zulu training, go ahead. Hey, do you have Quint 166 reporting to me on V7? the way.
We'll close the loop on B7. Stand by.
This is a POV from a firefighter riding in a fire truck or some sort of transport.
Branch 7, Cobras 1 on command.
It's eerie. You can't tell what time of day or night it is. The smoke's so thick. Looks like it's probably nighttime here when this was taken. But just house after house that's been flooded by fire.
Branch 7, Cobras 1 on command.
That's just wild. It's crazy, crazy.
Battalion 3 Zulu trainee. Quint 166 advised of V7, and they're making their way there, just navigating wires.
How's your pressure?
Copy, thank you.
Okay. Lots of junk out there on the feed as well, so. Let's see, Brianne sent me this. Let me see if I can pull this up. This is a view of some of the devastation in the Palisades area.
Beyond comprehension.
We can take a quick peek at that. Buildings are gutted. I mean, the brick structures are left. This is one of the wealthiest areas in the country. And there's just nothing. That big I-beam, look at how badly it's warped from the heat. By me, I'm not sure if they're reaching out to other states. They have reached out to the 5 counties around LA County to get help, and they are receiving help from them. Okay, let's see if we can get back to our feed from the skies here. Where did our planes go? They're gone. They're gone. There we go. They keep calling commands, and they're not getting a response. This has been happening probably for the last, 45 minutes. We're getting that guy trying to call either from command or to command, and getting no response, which is terrible, which is absolutely terrible. It means the communication has broken down in this area. It could be a mistake where the firefighters.
Branch 7, 1 on command.
Branch 7, command.
LA County, Eaton Air Attack, command.
They're not hearing each other. They're not their radios could be programmed incorrectly, so they could be on the same frequency but have the wrong subcarrier could be on the wrong depending on how the trunking is set up. It could be literally talking on the same frequency and not hearing each other.
Division Zulu from Operation.
Operation Zulu training.
Just be advised, you have multiple structures burning on Glen Avenue, south of Woodbury.
Yeah, copy that on Glen Rose. And just be advised also, fire has jumped to Lincoln to the west.
Ooh. Okay, so this is
Eden Operations, LAV3.
Go ahead.
the map.
Eaton Operations LA on V3 reported family trapped on roof of burning house, address 2189 Glen Rose Avenue. 2189 Glen Rose.
Oh my goodness. A family trapped on the roof.
Copy that.
Two-one-eight-nine Glen Rose.
Bob, Zulu, training, copy that.
Man, you don't want to climb when you're escaping fire. There's a high likelihood the roof is actually tile. Assuming the roof is non-flammable, you might have the assumption I could be safe there. The problem is what's underneath the roof can burn.
LA from Ops, can you repeat that address?
I don't see a 2189 Glen Rose. I can see a 2119 Glen Rose at Altadena. You've got a 2189 in Santa Rosa.
Ops from IC, address was 2189 Glen Rose, R-O-S-E.
Copy that, Glen Rose.
They don't know where it is.
Hey, Ops, Zulu training, we copy 2189 Glen Rose. That'll be ours.
It's right here.
Copy that.
This is Glen Rose right here.
Flash
2189.
7 on command.
There's a radio channel that's set up to work with all responder radios in the country. Congress asks why it isn't used in hearings after disasters. I've checked it before. Why not? Basically, you have too many people using it. Because it's human traffic and voice traffic, you're limited to how many people can communicate over that at once. Imagine having a committee meeting with 500,000 people in it, and everyone has a little something they just need to get across, or even just check in and say, we're good here. Once it spreads out that much, it doesn't work. That's why the fire departments and the law enforcement has what they call the incident command system, which is a pyramid where people report to different people, to different superiors, and those superiors report to, it sort of filters up, and then at the top level, there's one person or a team in charge, and they get information from a few select that can combine all the other information they got from down below and make decisions. That ICS system is used pretty much across the country effectively, but radios are not magic. The radios are limited to how well they can transmit, how much power they can transmit, the location of the antenna, the terrain will affect it. Solar flares can affect radio transmissions, and then of course you need to have both the transmitter and the receiver programmed to be able to talk to each other, because there could be subcarrier tones that need to be present for the receiver to hear the transmitter. There could be a million different things in place that have to match up perfectly, and there isn't just one frequency that can handle everything.
Zulu from Ops, we made contact with 2189 Glen Rose.
Okay, so good. They got somebody there.
Confirming you made contact, or asking if we did?
We made contact with them. They can get off the roof. They're up there spraying it with hoses.
Zulu copy.
Okay, so that call was not from the people on the roof. That call was from somebody who drove by, said, "Oh, there's somebody trapped on the roof." This was they meant well, but the people climbed up on purpose just to water their roof. Now they're watering their roof with water that is competing for the same. It's the same water system that you would try to use to put out the fire farther up in the hill. So they're using water on the roof, thinking if the fire comes here, it'll be wet. The problem is the people who are very near the fire have no water because the people down below are using it to spray their roofs. Christina, this is terrifying. This is actually scary. Sending somebody in with no resources is unbelievable. All right. Water in a roof can be effective in a smaller area with a smaller fire if something is approaching. If everyone tries to water their roof, there's not enough water. If everyone were to flush at the same time, no one's toilet would fill back up. There's not enough water to handle that. The system is designed that there's a little water used here and some used there, and it's all sporadic and never all at the same time. But yeah, and it's going to evaporate. And that water will, if it's going to be 2 hours between now and when the fire might be to your place, and you're watering your roof, you're just wasting water. It will be gone. They are out of water already, Patricia. They have run out of water. They ran out last night at 3 a.m. Their third of 3 1 million gallon tanks was empty, and they can't pump water into the system fast enough to fill the tank up because everyone's using it down lower. Fun fact, they also announced that there's a boil order for a lot of people in that area. And there could be two things. I've got a brother-in-law who's in charge of the water system in a city way back out west. And two things come into play. When you pump the system that low, you start stirring up parts of the water system or part of the storage tanks that don't get a lot of flow when it normally did. Okay, you're down to the bottom. Yeah, the little floaties that sank to the bottom are now getting washed down the drain system. So it could either be that the boil order is because of that, or it could be that
Branch 7 covers 1 on command.
Their attempt to pump water back in is using water that is straight from a source without filtration or chlorination or something like that. Either way. You stir the sediment up, you're going to get brown water. You're going to get possibly some other issues there. So the boil order is in place. Oh man, water hammer. It's like setting off a cherry bomb in your pipe. When water pressure. I in our old house we had an issue with this. When you turn off the water, it would go bam and just slam.
Engine 24.
We moved. That's how we fixed it.
Passworth 33 on tack.
On tack. Let's see how Palisades is doing here. We've got firefighters on helicopter. Firefighters.
You want to give Glen Rose a shot? See how it's looking over there?
Lots of helicopters on both the east front and the west front of the fire. Yeah, that would be great. Ooh. What's the stuff from last night? Was it tortellini? Yeah. Guys, I'm getting tortellini for lunch. Or salad. Let's do salad. Okay. New Year's resolution and all. Oh my goodness. Aria's current house has better plumbing. It does, because I've replaced all of it. It was terrible before. But I was in a meeting last night, not unrelated to any of this, and one of the people there was like, "Hey, how's everybody doing? What's going on in your lives?" type thing. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, do I tell him that I have 100 square foot hole in the middle of my house where I can see dirt underneath the house? Does he want to know that? I'm not sure. No. If I eat the salad, I get the dressing. You can't take the dressing from me.
Hey, Texas Canyon. Branch on command.
This is the path. I said I'm good, because I didn't want him to be like, oh, do you need help? I'm like, no, I really don't. I really don't. I just need some time to cut out a few more bad boards, put in some replacement beams, and drop the floor in. So the hole is in my home. It's about 3 feet from my desk, in another room. Well, I think we've now that the press conference is over, we've probably shared all that we can right now on this fire situation. There are a couple other channels. We've been listening to Los Angeles County Fire V3. We could bail on this and go to, let's see, Los Angeles County Sheriff Fire and Aircraft. Let's go to V1. See what V1 is doing here.
9440 Charlie, Yankee Zulu, command.
Go ahead for 40 Charlie.
Got 9434 Golf is going to attempt access up to Topanga towards you guys. They'll contact you in the area.
Copy. Just confirm we're right at V-Fire 22.
Affirm.
You can
copy.
Get fresh water out of seawater. It's a slow process. And yes, California is right next to the ocean. You'd think that, how can you run out of water next to the ocean? Two problems. They can, if they needed to, they can dip in the ocean and dump that water on the fire. But that's going to be helicopters, and that might be some of your scooper bird, airplanes, if they're able to on the ocean. I'm not sure how flat it needs to be. They could do that. The problem is the water they're out of is the culinary system.
Unit contact in Yankee Zulu. Can you repeat identifier?
The drinking water system is out of water, which is the same system that powers the fire hydrants. They call it critters in your house.
Go ahead, sir.
So far, no. But we'll try not to let any in. It's the potable water.
Are you guys at Zuma? I copy. Just go ahead and stage there. I'm still trying to tie in with Knight Zulu. I'll get back to you.
This is the, let me get this one refreshed. This is the latest on the evacuation areas.
Division Alpha on command.
For the 3 fires. You've got Hearst up here. You got your Eaton
Division
fire.
Alpha, Branch 1, go ahead.
Palisades fire. So that'll give you an idea of where people are that are being evacuated out.
Branch 1, Division Alpha. Just be advised, we have ANF resources that are on 12-hour since yesterday. If we have some type of relief plan for them.
They've got crews that have
been
working for 12
affirmative. We're getting some
hours.
resources move back around, and I'll push them up to you.
Roger.
What was the one showing in Minnesota? If you zoom way out, well, if we zoom way out and go up to Minnesota, I'm not seeing anything in Minnesota. We see just in the southern part of the states. We've got some in Texas, some in Arizona, but we're interested right now in this.
Branch 10, Branch 7, command.
California.
Branch 10. Hearing some of your resources shuffle around Topanga Canyon. Are you handling Station 69 west towards the fire? Yeah, I started putting resources there, kind of what's showing on the branch break in that community off of Topanga. I'm not sure the LA County station was there. I believe it's 69. Firm. All right, if you're going to handle that, just let me know what you need, and I'll try and shuffle you some resources from Victor if you need it. Okay. Yeah, I requested 10 type throughout that community, in that Topanga Canyon where it's impacting.
Yes, Palisades Fire ran out their third million-gallon tank.
2 Charlie fills that are just getting up in there now.
Their third million-gallon tank went empty at 3 a.m.
Branch 10 Yankee Zulu, command.
There are 4 fires. The 4th fire is fully contained.
Havoc, Branch 10.
Branch 10 Yankee Zulu. Pushing a Golf up to Topanga Canyon to assist the 2 Charlies, and then we have 1 additional Golf in staging. Do you have any immediate identified needs for them, or still trying to tie them with Night Zulu?
No, unless they want to go up there with all those structures and just help the 2 Charlies in that community. They're off Topanga, and then once we get back together later, we'll look at the other side of Topanga, work into the south, possibly work at some of the fire roads with crews and dozers.
So all these crews and trucks and vehicles and resources have a code word based on the category they're in.
1143 Fox. Uniform Victor on command.
Unit calling Night Zulu, go. I'm coming up Palisades, finally. Where can I tie in with you at? I'm at Palisades and Chastain Parkway West.
That's the headquarters area, I think.
Cal time with you there.
Yankee Zulu, Branch 10. Go ahead. Any chance on the map, potential for dozer line coming off of Topanga would be that Santa Ynez Canyon Trail, and that takes you into the backside of Palisades there, into the community. So we might want to look at that in the future, start working some dozers, opening that up.
That's where they're meeting up right here at this red dot. It's probably just a fire crew. That's right up in the fire zone, so that's not going to be the command center, because the fire is right here and it's right next to it. So straight west of Los Angeles.
Your branch, that. Night Zulu, was I meeting up with you?
There are a lot of cameras in California that are accessible through UC San Diego and Alert California. Unfortunately, they won't allow me to use them. But I can tell you that there are hundreds of cameras, and almost every single one of them just has smoke, and fire. There's still image cameras that update about once a minute or once every 5 minutes.
Last air attack for LA, you were covered by ground radio. Go ahead and repeat.
LA
Palisades.
Status of relief air attack order.
2 elderly individuals that are trapped in their homes. Their addresses are adjacent to each other with fire nearby. Let me know when you're ready for these addresses.
Air attack LA, copy your traffic. Unit with addresses. Go ahead and send it. Also advise Palisades office.
Palisades, I see the 2 addresses is a 1543 North Michael Lane and a 1547 North Michael Lane. Again, that's 1543 North Michael Lane and a 1547 North Michael Lane.
Branch 1 from Division Charlie.
Charlie, go ahead.
Yeah, just check in on the status. I can't get them on V-Fire 23. We had Strike Team 58 and 5210 Alpha coming up to us. Do we have any idea if they've been dispatched to us yet?
That's affirmative. They were at the coming up Chicago Boulevard to Green Tree to come to you.
This is where that last call just came in from. This is up in the
I'll keep
foothills.
trying to get them on V-Fire 23.
Two homeowners here that said they're trapped in their homes that need help evacuating. If we leave Street View on this, let me show you here. Let me exit Street View. It's right here in that same area where the firefighters are. There are firefighters in this area, so they'll send somebody over to help them. But that is right there in the fire zone. Up Canyon.
V1.
It's the condos are about $1 million a piece right there. They're not cheap. All right, Mrs. R.A. has brought me lunch. And I think
Operations from 1880 Charlie, Old Division, Zulu. We will handle those addresses of 1543 Michael Lane and 1547 Michael Lane. Those are near our resources.
Yeah, that's where we said we had fire.
Copy, thank you.
Palisade their air operations on V1.
Swanee, a lot of times they get help from Mother Nature, whether it's a rainstorm.
Air operations, Palisade air attack.
2 items. 1, when able, can you try to get us an updated perimeter that we can capture from you when you land? And 2, is the current TFR suffice or do you need it expanded?
This TFR is important. We'll listen carefully on this one. A TFR is a temporary flight restriction.
I have a perimeter map that I can pass along to you when I land, and the TFR, I requested it to be expanded 5 miles to the west, and it is not reflecting that so far.
Okay, so this TFR would prevent
Copy, 5 miles to the west. We'll get that updated.
Other airplanes. They're basically saying this area is where the fire is. We want 5 more miles this direction, which is, I would say, roughly about this far. If you see the green lines on the right hand of your screen, 5 more miles would put it about that much further out, which just means that they're anticipating the fire, or they will need to fly in that area. They need to keep other air traffic out to prevent it interfering with what's going on. TFR is a temporary flight restriction, and it applies not just to people with, to someone with a little Cessna 182 private plane they want to fly and see what's happening, or a helicopter. Also applies to drones. Drones can't take off in that area without permission. Future, I'm almost positive this is happening. I'm almost positive this is happening in this fire. As long as the winds are calm enough that the helicopter could drop a bucket down, there are pools that are available. And first of all, the water is going to be garbage. You're going to have to pump it out anyway. All the soot and the ash that's going to go in there.
1880 Charlie, operations.
You'll have to clean the pool
V1.
anyway.
Go for 80 Charlie.
Yeah, just a little cleanup. Just confirming you had that 17785 Calle de Palermo and 1574 North Calle de Estrebo for those people trapped you're handling, correct?
I did not hear those addresses. I only heard the 1543 Michael Lane and 1547 Michael Lane.
All right. Copy that. Is that Calle de Palermo and Calle de Estrebo? Is that in your area?
I'm going to assume by the name. Give me the actual address and the name again, and I'll pull it up.
Copy. I was just getting word that is in the area you're in. So we have 17785 Calle de Palermo, Palermo.
and 1574 North Calle de Estrebo, ESTREBO. And lastly, we have a nozzle member activated E-trigger on 8137. If you can confirm if that was accidental, please.
Copy. And you were
here's one of the
covered
addresses.
a little bit on the was it Palermo address? 17785.
Okay, this is how.
That is correct.
Let me just say this really quickly. This is how elite this neighborhood is. They don't have Google mapping. They don't
Palisades
have Google
IC from
Street View.
Metro.
This is up in the hills at the very back of the
Go for
canyon,
Palisades operations.
above Malibu. This is the top.
Palisades
There's no street
operations.
view.
We have a homeowner with their house on fire who's refused their home. Let me know when you're ready for address.
What?
Go ahead.
Address is 700 North Green Tree Road. Again, that's 700 North Green Tree Road, across a dead end of Ranch Lane.
Copy that. 700 North Green Tree, cross of Dead End and Ranch Lane. And it's a home on fire with homeowner refusing to leave.
Palisades Command, yes, that's affirmative.
Division Papa, operations on command.
Operations Division Papa, go ahead.
Hey, ground support, phone number, let me know when you're ready to copy.
Lots of trees here burning. Somebody here on Green Tree won't leave their home, even though it's on fire.
209-419-4430, name of Trulock.
Division Papa copies 209-419-4430 for Trulock.
Yeah, it's a very expensive home. Guess what? Expensive homes burn too.
Charlie.
Go prop.
The operations 1880 Charlie, emergency trigger activation for 8137 is a false.
Copy, thank you.
Branch 1 from Division Charlie.
What's probably happening there is the firefighters are trying to go through and rescue and put out fires, and they found a homeowner in the home that's on fire as they're working in that area, and the homeowner won't leave. They're now calling.
Yeah, I don't know if you
and
guys have
passing it on to the
anything
police.
available, but I could use a couple Type 6s, maybe 2 or 3 Type 6s or brush patrols to get up here. We got some tight streets on Old Ranch Road to kind of assist. I'm actually located in the neighborhood off West Ridge. Your contact over off Old Ranch Road will be Task Force 1054, which is Battalion 17, operating on V-Fire 23.
Structures that are destroyed.
Ops from 80 Charlie.
Still not evacuated.
He does. I'm gonna
Still
move
did not heed the warning.
5800 Alpha.
We're just coming down the canyon. Is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
FEMA has granted.
Wow. Sorry, I thought I'd show you that really quickly. It is crazy, crazy.
Charlie, 9420 Charlie. 20 Charlie, 40 Charlie, go ahead.
I just want to confirm, you came up Highway 27, you were able to pass that off of the Highway 1?
Affirmative. There is some washouts, but it's fast all over the top.
I copy.
You get up
80 Charlie.
Topanga. You'll turn left at the fire station and follow Topanga Canyon Road all the way up. Give me a call on V-Fire 22.
20 Charlie, copy.
1880 Charlie, operations on command V1.
Yeah, 1543 and 47 Michael Lane, no one home. I'm going to need those addresses again for the other two that you wanted us to look at. Unable to find. I need to make sure I have it right.
Copy that. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
I'm ready to copy.
17785 Calle de Palermo, Palermo, and 1574 North Calle de Estrebo, Estrebo.
Copy, I'll look those up.
Copy. Also, that information was from Metro. If you want to go direct and get clarification.
Elon Musk just tweeted this out. The picture below is what it looks like from the air before. This is the beach in Malibu, I believe. And then the shot above is how it looks now. Patricia, we don't have live fire cameras. I can't show that.
Operations on V1.
Is it not your birthday this morning, Kurt? Where'd you go?
Branch 1, operations, V1, command.
We have an uncivilian raid. Is it Kurt's birthday today? It's on Monday. I sang today.
Go ahead.
Everyone promised me it was today, and I thought I had heard a different day.
Branch 1, operations, V1, how do you read?
You're a lucky person. You're going to get it twice in 1 year. 2 birthdays in 1 year. I give you permission to celebrate and have cake anyway. Congratulations, Kurt. Thanks for the raid, by the way. Yeah, these addresses, these are very, very expensive homes. Look, you're looking at the beach. I mean, most of us can't afford rent, let alone to just walk down the sidewalk on some of these houses. And they're gone. They're just, you're looking over the ocean, and it's just gone.
Branch 7, Branch 5, command.
Branch 7.
Hey, in your travels today, I was looking at changing our branch break, if you concur, to Topanga Canyon Road. Let me know if that'll work for you for tomorrow's plan.
Yeah, that'll work. I'll take everything north of Topanga Canyon and give you Gettys.
Yeah, firm. Just use that Topanga Canyon Road as the break. It goes all the way up to the fire's edge.
Branch 7. Break ops, Branch 7. Did you copy the traffic?
That was just unfiltered Twitter.
Yeah, copy. Just get with Sid to make sure that's good. I'm good with the where you guys put that. Operations. Branch 1, operations on V1. You get a chance, can you place a phone call to me? Unit identify.
Who are you?
2605 Cowan. Yeah, copy that. Stand by 1. Break, Branch 1. Operations on V1 command.
Twitter's
Branch
just going
5,
nuts over this.
Operations V1.
Branch 5.
Yeah,
Hey, do me a
Malibu
favor,
Palisades
can you check
fire.
out this address
It's like
reported
Maui.
on fire? Let me know when you're ready to copy the address.
Another structure fire.
Go ahead.
Listening on this one.
700 North Green Tree, The homeowner's structure is reported on fire.
700 North Green Tree. Didn't we hear that one before?
Just confirming 700 North Green Tree.
Correct, 700 North Green Tree.
Branch 5 division.
Copy. Do you have a division that it's in?
Palisades Fire.
I was unable to reach branch 1, but that'll be just above your division or your branch break up Chautauqua.
All right. With that, I've got my salad here. I'm ready to eat.
Copy.
I realize there's a lot going on. They said
Branch
what
5
caused the
division
initial fire.
4304. Command. Yeah, I'm almost over that 700 address to Brookside and Sunset. I'll be over there in 2 minutes.
All right, we're going to turn that down for a minute. I've got my lunch. We've been going here for over 4 hours. We need to take a break. I think we're going to do some court hopping when we come back. I'll keep monitoring the fire situation in California. It doesn't sound like right now that it's explosively expanding, which is never a good thing when you're dealing with food. But with fire, it's even worse. So we're going to let that sit for a little while. I'll keep an eye on that when we come back. We'll probably do a little court hopping. We are getting set to have another trial, which I think is going to start on Monday, maybe. Fingers crossed. But that's as far as we're going to go right now with this one. Our hearts and thoughts and prayers definitely for the firefighters, for all those people affected by the fires out there in California. Praying for the best and for a quick rainstorm. Just douse it all. Put it out. Ruby Cheryl, hope your friends are okay. I'm gonna have some lunch, have a little break. Salad, it looks yummy. This one is obviously lettuce, chicken, avocado, cheddar, and Italian. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again after lunch. Give me about an hour or so break, and we'll be back. We'll be back and see what happens in the world of courts as well as in the California fires. You guys have a good lunch. We'll see you.